Today is Wednesday, March 3rd, 2021, and we will go ahead and begin today's portion of closed session. We'll call to order this closed session, and we'll ask for a simple roll call, and we'll ask our city clerk, please, to call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez? He's not logged on yet. Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra?
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Figueroa?
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Charette? Muted, sir.
Sorry, muted. I'm here.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynoso is not logged on yet. Councilmember Kelvin?
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Alexander?
Here.
Thank you. Mayor Valdivia?
Okay, I'm here. Thank you.
And Mayor, it looks like council members Sanchez and Reynoso are just now connecting.
Okay. At this time, we'll go ahead and the city clerk, do we have any public comments?
We have one public comment for
Okay, if you
closed
would
session.
please, go ahead.
Jillian, if you can share the public comment.
This is a closed session comment for Treasurer Ortiz. So I want to make sure that we're all talking about this publicly. The fact that 5 lawsuits that are presently on tonight's closed session are directly tied to the actions of the mayor. Like, this is unbelievable. Sexual harassment, hostile work environment, retaliation, discrimination. John, you need to resign. You are nothing but a liability to this city. And I wish the council members, instead of being scared and trying to run away from litigation from you, would actually pursue it. Because council, it would be far cheaper to try and get rid of this mayor and put him in front of a judge so he can prove why he's not the crook we all believe him to be, than keep paying for lawyers' fees and settlement offers, because he's a jackass who thinks that he can do whatever he wants without consequences because the taxpayers are going to fund this. It's utterly ridiculous. The city attorney's office just increased their budget $3 million because of all of this litigation. It's crazy. And if you guys aren't following his court cases, which today was one of them, he's trying to file protective orders so that all of this information doesn't come out, that you can't talk about it publicly, request it publicly. John, you are a public official. You are a public figure who sexually harassed and were hostile towards public employees. All of your stuff is out in the open. And all of your stuff will be talked about out in the open. And this isn't the only case. You guys following his cannabis cases? Same thing. He guys sent you whatever letter to suppress whatever you were going to talk about. Innocent people don't threaten litigation. Guilty people who don't want themselves exposed threaten litigation. So I hope whoever's listening understands John Valdivia needs to go. The only people who don't understand that are the out-of-towners who keep giving this guy money because they're not paying attention. But we are. The residents are paying attention. And council, you need to step up. You need to start backing each other. And you need to get rid of John Valdivia, censure him, get him away from employees, because he has never corrected his behavior since the first time the city attorney told him that his actions were going to bring litigation against the city. And here we are. How much longer till another lawsuit? How much longer till another press conference in front of City Hall? Thank you.
Okay, does that conclude? Okay,
Yes.
Thank you very much. We'll excuse city staff. Council and viewing public, this is March 3rd, 2021, joint regular meeting of the Mayor and City Council and the Mayor and City Council acting as successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the City of San Bernardino. Good evening, and we welcome you and thank you for being here tonight. We call to order this joint regular meeting of tonight, and at this time I will ask Councilman Figueroa, are you there, sir? If you would please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilman. We appreciate that. And at this time, I will recognize our city clerk to please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
Here.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Here.
Councilmember Charette,
Here.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Here.
Councilmember Calvin,
Here.
Councilmember Alexander,
Here.
thank you, and Mayor Valdivia.
Thank you. Yes, I'm here, and good evening, everyone, and thank you, Ms. City Clerk. At this time, I would like to open tonight's March 3rd, 2021 meeting in honor of a dear friend, Dr. Ellen Rosenberg. Dr. Ellen Rosenberg was born July 8th of 1926 in New York, New York, the only son of his father and mother, Samuel and Blanche Rosenberg, Austrian and Yugoslavian immigrants, respectively. He served in the Army with the 66th Infantry Division in Europe during World War II. It was in the post-war years that he converted to Christianity. Ironically, after reading the Bible, his mother had been too polite to refuse from door-to-door evangelists. He attended Montclair State College, where he met his wife, Elizabeth. They married in 1960. Their honeymoon was spent moving across the country to California, where he attended graduate school. There, he received his PhD from the California Graduate School of Theology. He initially served at the Christian and Missionary Alliance Church in Glendora, but in 1972, he was called to the church here in San Bernardino, the First Christian Missionary Alliance Church, where he served until his death last week. He relished being a connector of people, and the only friend he did not make was the person whom he had not yet met. His love for his wife, Elizabeth, the church, and Christ knew no bounds. Ellen and Elizabeth loved and nurtured each other, lovingly ministered to the city of San Bernardino and the congregation at the First Christian Missionary Alliance for over 50 years until she was called home in 2010. Dr. Rosenberg continued to serve his congregation until his last moments when he was called home to be reunited with Elizabeth. At this time, I'll ask the City Council and staff if we please have a moment of silence. Thank you. Dr. Rosenberg was a good friend of mine, and I really appreciated him. He was always a person of great character and would call me very frequently and encourage me and share the scriptures with me, and I appreciate Dr. Rosenberg's life and commitment to our community. Mr. Alexander, Councilman?
Oh, yes, I appreciate that, Mayor. Just on a lighter note, one of my residents in the 7th Ward, Elizabeth Folks, had her 100th birthday. And I would just like to celebrate and all of her at the St. Paul AME Church out there. I was invited to her. I gave her flowers and a card, and it was absolutely a fantastic event. I just want to wish her publicly happy 100, Elizabeth Folks, born in 1921.
Thank you, sir. All right. With that, let's move on to our city manager report. Mr. City Manager.
Okay, so I'm assuming we don't have a closed session report.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. I skipped over that report. Ms. City Attorney, please, your report.
You're muted.
Okay, there we go. So Mayor, council members, and members of the public, we did have closed session tonight, 2 matters of potential or anticipated litigation, as well as pending litigation cases. Directions were given to legal counsel, but we do not have any reportable action.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. City Manager, your report, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, City Council. We have again some positive news to report. The first one is it's a little bit of an arcane area of public finance, but we recently did a credit check. It's kind of like going to Credit Karma and trying to seeing what your credit rating is with Fitch, and they gave us a bond rating of BBB plus, which is an enormous upgrade from where we were just less than a year ago, BB minus. What this means is the city is doing a really good job of exercising fiscal responsibility and investing money appropriately, not overspending, obviously, but maintaining our reserves as we should. I should point out, we're not planning on doing a bond issue. This is something at any time in the near future, but this is a positive indicator that if we were in a position where we needed to, we would be what's called investment grade. This is a significant uptick from where we were, especially coming out of bankruptcy. We were essentially junk bond rated. So it's a really good sign that the city is on an upward trajectory financially when the bond rating agencies give you that type of feedback, that kind of a report. So very positive news, something we should all feel good about. The Community Economic Development Department, the Housing Division, Gretel Noble and her group had some good news to share as well. Foothill Villas is a rehabilitation project, 239 unit affordable housing complex. The developer acquired and is rehabbing those 239 units at a total investment of $91 million. Those 239 units will all be reserved for people at median income of either 50% or 60% of the AMI. So it's a significant increase in the amount of income restricted housing that's available to residents in the city of San Bernardino. The county, as we are entering now in the phase of much more robust vaccination programs, it has worked with us to establish a vaccination site at the 5th Street Senior Center. They will be embarking on that. They've already started. They'll be expanding their efforts there. And as you probably heard, as recently as today, the President Biden has announced that we are significantly improving the flow of vaccine to communities, and it's important that the county partner with us. We're grateful to them for partnering with us to provide an additional outlet for vaccinations against COVID, and hopefully we can see the end back into this. Which we are projected potentially, I was on a call today, potentially going back into the red here within the next 2-3 weeks, which is also an important improvement. It's a good marker for our economy. Animal services, we can't go through one of these meetings apparently without talking about animal services. There was a cat rescue that made the news, made media again. Cat was apparently caught in the wheel well of a car or something. I don't know. We're not really sure, but was stuck on an off ramp or an on ramp on the 215. Animal Control was able to capture that cat and nurse it back to health. Clean it up. Apparently, it took 2 baths to bring it back to a point where its coat was nice and shiny. Cat is up for adoption, or maybe hasn't been adopted already. We actually have very few cats in our animal shelter in the States, which is kind of another good sign in the animal services world. Finally, should note that the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Department is sponsoring a number of Cesar Chavez celebrations this month at Reuben Compost Community Center, Delman Heights, Lyle Creek, Rudy Hernandez, and Verdamont Community Centers, and also the Center for Individual Development this month. So with that concludes my report, Mayor. Turn it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Manager. We appreciate the update. Great news to hear about the bond rating, and that's certainly, we've turned the corner on in a long way. This time we'll move on to our appointment portion of tonight's calendar. The items before you are Mr. Ronnie E. Lewis, Ms. Alberta Vanetz, and Mr. Paul Guerrero. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Very good. Ms. City Clerk, if you please call the roll.
If I could just get a repeat on the mover and the seconder, please.
I move.
Okay,
I'll
thank you.
second.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll ask these individuals, congratulations. Thank you for your service to the community. And we'll coordinate and contact you for the swearing in and the signature of the paperwork. This time we will move on to our presentations portion of tonight's meeting. This is a proclamation of the Mayor and City Council recognizing and celebrating National Employee Appreciation Day. This is dated March 5th, 2021, whereas National Employee Appreciation Day is a secular holiday in the USA and Canada that is annually celebrated on the first day in March. This holiday was established in 1995 by Bob Nelson, a board member of the Recognition Professionals International, previously the National Association for Employee Recognition. And whereas the NEA Appreciation Day tradition has persisted since its invention 25 years ago and has now snowballed in popularity as employers catch on to this perfect opportunity to remind their teams of how highly they are valued. And whereas we take this opportunity to recognize our San Bernardino City's employees for their excellent work ethic and positive attitude during challenging times, as well as the many accomplishments and contributions employees continue to make to the residents and the citizens and businesses of this community. Now, therefore, the City of San Bernardino Mayor and City Council do hereby proclaim March 5th, 2021 as National Employee Appreciation Day, presented this 5th day of March 2021. And we want to send our deep appreciation to our public employees here that service nearly 700 of ranks here in our community. Councilman Sanchez.
Yes, I would, if I might be permitted, I would love to make a comment on this. The staff we have, not just at City Hall, but the ones that are working every single day on the streets, are the foundation for the city's continued existence, and they will be the foundation for our success when as it's happening and in the near and in the future. So we're really entrusting you tremendously. I know the council takes credit when things go well, but then we point to staff when things don't. But they are sacrificing so much by being here. Many times working twice as much, taking a cut in pay. There's a certain mentality to a public employee. They usually are willing to skip the private sector where they can make more money because there's a certain mentality to them. So, council members, we don't need to vote on this, but I am asking that you silently support that whenever you see any abuse of an employee, a city employee, or you have the inclination to want to yell or coerce another employee, that you listen to your better angels and either speak up when you do see that abuse, or listen to your better angels and not want to yell or coerce those employees. They work really hard for us, and they deserve our respect and our support. So again, we don't need to take a vote on this, but I ask that we recommit to this, because I don't think they deserve some of the treatment that that could happen, and they deserve our respect and support, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councilman. We appreciate that. And we want to say thank you very much to our public employees, from police officers to janitors to every individual here that serves our community. We're extremely grateful for your service. It's sun up to sundown running a city. We appreciate your contributions. And from sewer operations to water department and librarians, this is a big organization, and our commitment is to continue an avenue of recognition for our public employees. So once again, thank you. Moving on to our public comment portion of tonight. This is public comment portion, and we'll turn it over to Ms. Rocha. I want to, at the very beginning, I want to caution, we want to be very delicate about the issue of public comments, but I think that we need to take a stand of anything that is derogatory or racist, especially upon ethnicities. And so I will caution our city clerk, we cannot have that. So I'll be monitoring and we'll watch and intervene appropriately. Please proceed with a recording of the public comments.
Okay, we received 58 recorded comments for tonight's meeting. 5 exceeded the 3 minutes, so we will be cutting those off at the 3-minute mark. Jillian, if you could proceed to play the public comments.
Hi, Gigi Pellicero regarding downtown redevelopment. You might consider, since the developer doesn't really care where he builds, reusing the Second Lake Park property. It's nothing but a cesspool at this point, and it needs to have a substantial use rather than a homeless encampment. So consider that rather than housing right next to a freeway.
Hello, this message is for the Carousel Mall redevelopment meeting on March 3rd. My name is Brendan D. I live in the First Ward, and I just hope that we actually move forward with something. I hope this doesn't get delayed another 10 years while everyone tries to figure out, another way to stall things up. The rest of the Inland Empire is thriving, and San Bernardino is just dying on the vine. Anytime we get close to any kind of improvement or, just getting the city to what it needs to be, some sort of stall happens. People with alternative agendas try and pop up and split things up, get things going in the same direction we've been for the last 30 years, and it's 30 plus years. It's ridiculous watching this fall apart when it's at the finish line. Personally, if the Downtown USA ICO real estate groups, if their plan got accepted, that would just be amazing. At this point, I'm happy with anything getting done. That area is just going to waste, and if something doesn't happen, it's just going to continue to get worse in this city. Everywhere else is improving. Why not us? Stop fighting this. Please put it through. Let's get this going.
Yes, my name is Mike Jones. I'm calling regarding the demolition of the Carousel Mall. I understand that now there's politicians, Republicans, Trump-like, that are opposed to this because they won't be able to steal money from the city anymore if they demolish the Carousel Mall and actually create the Riverwalk. This is an absolute and absurd corruption of the city. Everyone knows the city politicians are corrupt. They no longer want to hide it. They're out there in plain sight. We need that to become a demolition, and for them to create a Riverwalk. It's going to uplift the city. Why do these politicians not want to uplift the city? Why does no one in the city employees speak up about this? Change this. Demolish that mall and create something new for all the residents of San Bernardino so there's pride in the city. At this time, there's no pride in the city. We need a change. Those Republican politicians are just trying to hold everybody back. They want to keep stealing money, and they know with this effort, they will no longer be able to steal money and put it in their pockets. It's out there. It's blunt, and it's out there. Everybody sees it.
Hi, my name is David Friedman. I'm calling in regards to open session regarding the Carousel Mall development. I do not believe that the city can develop this project on their own. I do not believe they should be in charge of it. I don't think they have enough employees to make this happen within a reasonable amount of time. The city does not have a track record of small successes to even take on a project this large. that the community could trust the city to take on a project this large. Also, these developers, although yes, they are influenced and pushed by money, at least they'll come in and do their best to get the job done. And I think even though everyone is so focused on the relationship with SCG and John Valdivia, I think everyone's forgetting there's another great developer, Renaissance and ICO. I think if you scrap this whole thing, you're going to lose confidence in the development community, and it's just going to keep attracting worse and worse developers. I think the city needs to think about all these things, and I think they need to move forward with choosing a developer. I am not in favor of SCG. I am in favor of Renaissance. I've done the 5th Street Gateway project. I've partnered with Gian at ICO, and he's proven to be a very good partner. He cares about the community. He does outreach. They've already done a ton of outreach for the Carousel Mall development. And what should have taken 6 months to a year getting approvals from the city has been 3 years of working with the city on the 5th Street Gateway development. There should already be buildings by that In-N-Out. But that's what we should expect if the city decides to scrap this and start over. I do not think the city should take this over. I think they should choose Renaissance and ICO and start working with them to negotiate and make this Carousel Mall development happen. Thank you for your time.
Hi, this is Victor Velasco. I've been a resident of San Bernardino for about 5 years now, and this message is for the meeting for Wednesday, March 3rd, considering the Carousel Mall redevelopment. And my personal opinion actually is that when you look at the Inland Center Mall, just a few miles south, you know, the Inland Center Mall has direct access to the freeway. And I believe that that's probably one of the reasons that that mall has been able to survive for so long, is that you can just drive off the freeway directly into their parking lot. So, you know, just floating the idea, maybe a good way to revitalize the downtown area would be to provide easier access from the freeway. There's a exit nearby close to where the In-N-Out is on 5th Street, but what if there was an exit that led directly to the Carousel Mall? You know, it's just an idea that I have thought of. But good luck on redevelopment of Carousel Mall. I really hope to see great things happen to San Bernardino. Bye.
Hello, my name is Andrew Thompson, and I'm calling in regards of the Carousel Mall development for open session. I do not believe that the city should take on the City Mall project, the Carousel Mall project. I don't believe that they have the staff nor the track record to handle such a project. The constant fighting and divide shown by the City Council will delay and hurt the future of the Carousel Mall development. I would like to encourage you to choose the Renaissance and ICO as the developer for the project. They have actively engaged in the community and get feedback even though the council has forbid them. Thank you for your time, and I hope you are all well.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. Paul Sanborn here. I'm trying to figure out just exactly what happened to that code of conduct. This last meeting that I watched there, it seemed like all of the bunch of the council down there not going around the way they were, interrupting the mayor, not waiting for their turn, etc. Whatever, this code of conduct evidently went out the door. You know, and what I want to refer this to is, here we go again, the Carousel Mall. You know, that piece of property, the building is a detriment to the piece of property itself. It needs to be taken down now, not 15 years from now. It would seem to me like Kern wants to stop everything in this city. What she should really be doing is getting another fire station in the 6th Ward. Two's, which is actually at 9th and Mount Vernon. If they were out on a call, I tell you, to the people in the 6th Ward, good luck on that. You know, because, hey, the closest fire station will be at 2nd and Meridian, or the other one at Palm and Kendall. You know, you might be better off just to whoever's having the heart attack or the heat stroke, put them in your car and take them to the hospital. You know, and between me and you, Curlin, you should be working on this, getting another fire station, or Calvin rather, and quit worrying about all the stuff that's already in the pipeline to be done. That Carousel Mall needs to come down, not 15 years from now, needs to come down now. Anyhow, have a good day. Thank you. Goodbye.
Hello, my name is Ryan Berryman. I'm the founder of San Bernardino Fatherhood, and this message is for City Council members as well as the Mayor. Calling to make a request for a proclamation for the month of June to be declared as Fatherhood Awareness Month. The Mayor, as well as the City Council members, they made this proclamation last year during the month of June 2020, and I'm asking if the City Council and Mayor could consider making a proclamation for the month of June 2021 to be declared Fatherhood Awareness Month. In that proclamation, it was indicated that our organization, San Bernardino Fatherhood, has continued in its mission to eliminate fatherlessness in the city of San Bernardino, providing a culture of father inclusion and responsible fatherhood in our communities. And that this mission will be accomplished in collaboration with other local schools, community partners, faith-based organizations, public and private agencies. And whereas research demonstrates that when fathers are actively engaged and involved, children learn more, perform better in school, and exhibit healthier social behaviors. And whereas when fathers are actively engaged and involved, children are less vulnerable to the risk of childhood poverty, mental illness, juvenile delinquency, youth sexual activity, teenage pregnancy, substance abuse, failure to complete high school, and whereas father involvement in the lives of their children increase the likelihood of success in adult careers, employment goals, involve parenting skills for their future families, and whereas San Bernardino Fatherhood is committed to providing resources and services that will build a culture of responsible fatherhood for the well-being of children and families through the act of involved, responsible, and committed fathers. And whereas when fathers have good parenting and relationship skills and are engaged in a sustained workforce with livable wages, fathers are vital to ensuring the overall well-being of children, healthier families, safer communities. And whereas the city of San Bernardino, California, commends that San Bernardino Fatherhood for its work and contributions in promoting a culture of father inclusion and responsible fatherhood in the city of San Bernardino, and it wishes to continue as a success in the future. And I'm asking if the City Council will consider these.
Good evening. My name is Amy Vasquez. I live on the border of the 3rd Ward. My public comment is in regards to the open session meeting for March 3rd, item number 7 from the agenda. I would like to urge the City Council to engage the Renaissance Downtown Real Estate and ICO Real Estate Group and direct the City Manager to move forward on an exclusive negotiation agreement for consideration by the Mayor and City Council. I would also like to offer my personal comments on the February 24th special meeting. Concerned community members like myself joined the meeting because the Carousel Mall project, our city, its residents, and the fight to resist gentrification are important to us. I am ashamed at how Mayor Valdivia conducted himself the entire meeting. Not only was he insolent, domineering, and self-serving, he also called Ward 1 disgusting. Mayor Valdivia, the only disgusting part of San Bernardino is having you as our mayor. I would have liked to use the word corrupt to describe you, but as Councilmember Sanchez stated in last week's special meeting, accepting monetary contributions as mayor of San Bernardino is legal. I would like to remind everyone listening that just because an action is legal doesn't make it ethical. Mayor Valdivia, padding your pockets with dirty money makes them heavy, while your heart remains empty. As an optimistic community member, I have 2 major hopes. The first is that Mayor Valdivia exercises common decency and remorse and decides to resign from his position. My second hope is that Councilmember Ibarra can step into the position and will help to lift up San Bernardino. A quick Google search of Mayor Valdivia shows that all he has offered to us is countless scandals, ethical discrepancies, sexual harassment offenses, and the list goes on. Continuing through this project with a mayor as morally revolting as John Valdivia, I can say with full confidence that we will not see the positive change we all hope for. San Bernardino deserves better. I deserve better. Thank you for your time.
Hello. I am calling to leave a public comment about the Carousel Mall. I tuned in to the last special meeting, and I was very, very disheartened about what I heard from the mayor. We have a mayor who thinks that our city is disgusting. Those are his words out of his mouth. And as a resident of this city, having a mayor who thinks that we are disgusting, that just means that he's not here for the city. He's here to line his own pockets with Shanghai conglomerate group's money. I mean, that is completely obvious with his bias, with his previous dealings with the group. They already have developments here in the city, but what has that done for the city? What type of benefits have we seen from that? So I think that the only ethical and legal thing to do would be to open it back up for more, more companies to put in proposals. Because otherwise, we are just going to be continually pimped out by this mayor. We don't need a pimp. We need a mayor. We need leadership. And our current mayor is not a leader.
Good evening. My name is Jeanette McCaig, and I'm a resident of the 7th Ward, and this is for open session public comment. I was surprised to see that on tonight's agenda there is an option to subdivide the Carousel Mall into 4 or more parcels and start over on the redevelopment. Subdividing the property would be foolish. Getting 4 or more separate developers to come up with a cohesive vision would be a huge challenge. We do not have an updated general plan as a guide, and the new plan is 3 years away from being completed. We do already have Renaissance ICO, who have an excellent cohesive plan. They are willing to incorporate San Bernardino historic events such as Route 66 into their plan. And they would also be engaging residents for feedback and looking for ways to use green building technology. Why do we need to start over? We must stop letting the ethically challenged hold our city back from making progress. We have 3 newly elected council people who ran on changing that dysfunction. They must lead the way. Let's start making the city and its residents the priority and move this city forward. Thank you.
Good evening, Council, Honorable Mayor. My name is Robert Argolino, and I believe that San Bernardino City Council should choose a developer now and not take the option to end the current process. These are a few points that the Council should consider seriously. Ending the process now will not allow the city to obtain federal stimulus dollars and funding that are available now and in the near future. The timeline it takes to determine the alternative to choosing a developer will be too late, and this will be a major missed opportunity. Other cities have tried to redevelop downtowns on their own, and it's a recipe for failure and disappointment for the community. Cities do not possess a complete set of skill sets to accomplish a major endeavor, and the developers are more efficient and produce results because of the pressures of investment and the time value of their money. Cities do not possess the implementation plan for public-private partnerships. It will have to develop this from scratch. Throughout the country, other cities have mismanaged this process, and it's not an easy process, and you need experts and developers to get it done. I know this because I've worked on projects like the Carousel Mall before, and have helped write the guidelines and the legislation that you're going to be able to use to enable redevelopment with federal support. The city must continue the process they started, choosing a developer and start getting the ball rolling on this project. The time really is now. Thank you.
Hi, this is for item number 7 of open session. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Luis Aragon. I am the former Commissioner for Development for the City of New Rochelle, right outside of New York City. I am speaking to you today as a civil servant, as someone who has devoted 32 years for a career of helping communities grow responsibly and sustainably. 6 years ago, the City of New Rochelle was exactly on the same position as San Bernardino is today. The city had gone through decades of false starts to develop key city-owned parcels downtown. The city had always opted for the easy choice of endless planning, and with that, missed countless opportunities. I am so proud of New Rochelle City Council and Mayor. They had the courage to depart from the typical bureaucratic planning excuses and embrace the master development of the entire downtown in partnership with the private sector. 6 years later, New Rochelle has approximately 40 projects either completed, under construction, or about to start construction, representing $6 billion in investment for the city. I urge San Bernardino City's Council to have the same wisdom and embrace a partnership with the private sector now. If you don't, you will miss countless stimulus opportunities now available. It is a chance of a lifetime. It is your opportunity to create a sustainable development which will generate community benefits, local jobs, and affordable housing. Please choose one of the 2 developers today. Tomorrow will be too late. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Aaron Sines. I've lived in San Bernardino my entire life. I am 26 years old. I love my city. That will never change. And as a person who loves my city, I want to see it be restored to how it was when it was in its better days. And I know one reason for that is to go through with item 7, option 2. Please go with option 2 for item 7. Thank you very much.
This is Shirley Harlan. I'm in the 4th Ward. I've thought about this for over a week, and I still feel it's important to state this. As a member of the public reviewing this special city meeting on February 24th, it was very evident that Mayor Valdivia was conducting himself inappropriately by not accepting the legal advice of the attorney that he was out of order on the adjournment motion. From his opening of the special meeting, his leadership demonstrated his bullying and misunderstanding of the current charter council management form of government. There is, in closed session, litigation, still unresolved issues regarding the mayor and employees. This situation is critical to the business and operation of the city at this time. In any other situation during such litigation, persons would be on leave until court settlements. Such action needs to take place immediately, and the court needs to be aware of the necessity of finalizing litigation. The perception from many public comments and myself is that council members, city manager, and staff are affected in trust and transparency issues. This needs to be taken care of as soon as possible. Most of the time when I make comments, it deals with the process of the council. And I feel this is very important, and the public should take notice and also continue to make comments. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Yasi Kavazadeh, and I am a representative of the Sierra Club. I'm commenting on the process for a developer selection on the Carousel Mall, and I'm here to emphasize the need for a strong community benefits agreement that comes with this development. Some of the elements of a strong community benefits agreement could look like good jobs that are locally hired, anti-displacement measures, affordable housing that is beyond the state requirement, and infrastructure investments towards environmental sustainability, building electrification, solar generation, and transportation electrification infrastructure. On the last point of infrastructure investment, I personally work on advocacy for state funding from agencies across the state to pass. Unfortunately, many of those opportunities are missed in San Bernardino, in places like San Bernardino, because we don't have the awareness of our community needs around building electrification, transportation electrification, and energy generation. Those opportunities are there, although the technology may cost more. The opportunities to see those investments and be in San Bernardino are there. And we'd like to work with this council on attaining those sorts of programs from the state with Southern California Edison, with the community, so that we can see a cleaner powered city, and the Carousel Mall can be a shining example of how we get good jobs and green jobs to make that happen. But this can't be just a one and done solution. This needs to be a holistic solution with many advocates at the table, and we look forward to working with you and our membership. We have thousands of members across the inland region that reflect these values, and we hope we can see a strong community benefits agreement with whatever process is selected in this journey. Thank you so much for all that you do.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Trevor Kaltenbaugh, resident of San Bernardino in the 4th Ward. I'm calling tonight about item 7 for the open session. I believe we need to vote for option 2 for RDICO. Not only will RDICO help the members of this community and make use of available grants, but their designs for Riverwalk will set San Bernardino apart from any other city in the Inland Empire, giving people from outside the city a reason to come to San Bernardino, and that's something that San Bernardino hasn't had for many years. So again, please vote yes for option 2. Thank you.
My name is Karen Madrigal, and I have been a member of San Bernardino for 40-plus years. And this city has gone to hell in a handbasket. I vote for option number 2 in the vote tonight. I think that we need to get forward with the Carousel Mall project, and am deadly against opinion number 1. I believe that the mayor of San Bernardino should be recalled and put out to pasture. Thank you.
Good morning. Good day, Mayor and Council. I'm speaking on item 17 regarding the Carousel Mall. My name is Carl Dameron, and I live in the 6th Ward of San Bernardino. I've lived in my house since 1992. I also have an advertising and public relations business formed in 1989 called Dameron Communications. I have the pleasure of working with the city and developers in San Bernardino since 1990, when I started working with John Dukes and Dukes and Associates, Inc. I've had the pleasure of working with the City of San Bernardino Economic Development Department on Cinema Star Theater, the Regal Cinema, the State Building, San Manuel Stadium, and several other attempts to redevelop the Carousel Mall. I want to tell you, I truly care about my community, having served on the board of directors of the San Bernardino Symphony, West Side Action Group, the Lung Association, the Heart Association, Cal State San Bernardino Foundation Board, the Salvation Army, Inland Empire African American Chambers of Commerce, Inland Empire Concerned African American Churches, the City of San Bernardino's Bicentennial Committee, Route 66, San Bernardino Community College District Affirmative Action Committee, San Bernardino NAACP, African American Health Institute of San Bernardino County, and the Inland Empire Chamber of Commerce, to name a few. Now, I'm very excited to see the options you have for you today to move forward on redeveloping the Carousel Mall. The RDICO proposal is the most comprehensive I've ever seen for the Carousel Mall and for all of downtown. It's my assessment that the development of the entire 300 acres of downtown San Bernardino has the greatest opportunity for all of our citizens, small and large businesses, to expand and prosper in our city. Now, it's clear to me that RDICO has all of the horsepower necessary to make the redevelopment of downtown work. It's importantly the ability to assemble the funds and the technical ability to work with the city of San Bernardino and develop a viable new downtown here in our city. Now, if we fail to act now, the city will not be in a position to qualify for billions of dollars in soon-to-come COVID-19 redevelopment funds. Only those cities ready to go will be able to take advantage of the funding. Now, I don't want to see the city of San Bernardino lose again because we are too afraid to move forward. If we choose option 2 today, there are still 3 additional opportunities for us to change tactics if for any reason we find RDICO is not a good fit. Let's start the first step.
Hello, this is Commissioner Porter speaking on the open meeting for items not on the agenda. Hello, team. How you doing up there? Last meeting was a little bit too much. It made us look seriously bad. I did like the way Councilman Alexander was trying to get through to everyone to let them know that people are watching us. When we send grants to Sacramento or D.C., and they hear that we're having knockdown, drag-out fights at our meetings, how willing are they going to be to give us money? And things like that, like people who want to develop in this town, if they don't think that our city council can act properly, they're just going to ignore us and take their money elsewhere. I want the mayor to realize something, Mr. Valdivia. So, John, a lot of people were loyal to you. I want you to ask yourself why they're not loyal anymore. The first thing that you got to do to solve a problem is realize there's a problem in the first place. And if people are leaving your camp, why are they leaving? You have to ask yourself these questions. You try to blame it on politics or whatever. But no, there's another reason, and you know what it is. And it's making our city look bad. So I'd like to ask everyone up there to take a step back, take a breath, and try to improve upon themselves first. And then when they improve upon themselves, they can make everything else better. Now with the Carousel Mall project, even though I hate to say this, I think it might be better for us to start all over. We've started all over several times, and I know it's going to take decades to get a lot of this stuff done. But to me, I kind of see politics involved in both presentations, both groups, and I think it would be better in the long run for us to just start over and let them all represent their stuff, every single company that wants to get involved, and let's get this done right so it doesn't look improper, and once we're done and it's done properly, it will look good to the rest of the future developers that want to develop in our city. This is Robert Porter, 4th generation living in San Bernardino, and I love San Bernardino.
My name is Jocelyn Doherty. This is for the open session, the public comment, and this is about the Carousel Mall. My name is Jocelyn Doherty. I'm a resident of the 7th Ward, and I'm calling to voice my support for the Renaissance Downtown project. This is an excellent plan, and I see no reason to look into any other. The Renaissance plan is good for the city and the people who live here. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Veronica Chippers, and I'm calling for the open session, agenda item number 7 for the Carousel development. Council members, my support is for option 2 with Renaissance Downtown USA, and I hope you guys vote for it too, because that's the best option that we have. Thank you.
Yo, hi, my name is Nick. I'm a resident of the 4th Ward, and this comment is intended for open session. Man, I really just think what's going on with Mayor Valdivia and SCG America, it's disgusting. It's shady. So right off the bat, I will say I'm fully supportive of Renaissance Downtowns and ICO getting this Carousel Mall property, being chosen as the developer. I just think that Mayor Valdivia's behavior is so inappropriate. It's really disgusting what happened. I think if he wasn't so busy committing sex crimes, he'd be able to understand why it's not okay for one of the potential developers to literally be paying for him to take these lavish vacations. It's terrible. And I just think it's the ethical responsibility of this council to exclude SCG from consideration, just because there's a potential conflict of interest there. And again, it's ethics. And going further than that, as a student at Cal State, as a political science major, and as someone who's going to be working very, very hard, in coming grassroots elections, here at the city level. I'm city-based. I'm local. As I said, I live in the 4th Ward. To the other council members who, lately have been aligning yourself with Valdivia, I think this is an opportunity for you to say, maybe I was with him in the past, but I have some shred of dignity by saying enough is enough, by diverging from him on this and saying that you're not going to let this developer get chosen because they're going to pay his legal fees because he can't keep himself from harassing employees. It's disgusting. I think Valdivia is sexually really, really weird. I think there's too many women that have come forward for these to be lies. And SCG, even if you don't go with Renaissance Downtown's ICO, that's honestly fine. I just think SCG needs to be removed for those ethical reasons, and to send a message to Valdivia that he can't get away with molesting women and then get paid. It's terrible, man. He's a gross person, and get rid of SCG. Valdivia sucks.
Hi, I'm calling for the open session for agenda item 7, Carousel Mall Developer Selection, Ward 1. My name is Juan Olmedo, member of the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters, and we are in support of the selection of Renaissance Downtown USA, ICO group of companies as the developer for downtown redevelopment of the Carousel Mall. They have made a commitment to the community, ensuring local hires, pathway to good paying jobs and benefits. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Christian Flores. I'm a resident of the 1st Ward of San Bernardino with ICUC, founding member of Medina Mutualistas, Inland Empire Mutualistas. This is in response to item number 7 on the agenda. City representatives on the dais. Of the current developer options for the downtown Carousel Mall redevelopment project, ICOS and Downtown Renaissance responded to community criticisms through Mario Vasquez from Teamsters Local 1932. I might have gotten the number wrong. Giving a coalition, but this gave a coalition of community organizations and labor unions an opportunity to step into the conversation, whereas SCG went as far as canceling the community presentation after the special meeting this last week. Those actions in and of themselves speak volumes. Though ultimately the decision should lead to a reset process of opening the request for proposal, the focus of this comment doesn't change. We have a duty to our citizens, our city constituents, workers, and taxpayers to involve them in as many steps of the process as possible and to the best of your abilities as a functioning body of local government. Folks who live and work here deserve to have a say and a hand in shaping their own community without fear of exclusion or displacement. I call on you to do what's best for our community and establish a community benefits agreement or community benefits agreement documents that have legally accountable mechanisms to ensure our community has every opportunity to be involved in the process affordable to them, from labor to career development to public land use, zoning, to native edible plant gardens, to environmental protections, to housing, and then some. Now is the time to change the way things are done in San Bernardino, for this project and for all projects, for the better and for our future. Thank you for your consideration.
This is for the City Council meeting, 3 March. It's important that the City Council focus and start focusing on the core issues. Streets need to be fixed. Police department's got to start answering the phone and responding to the residents. And the mayor's got to stop trying to suppress council members and quit trying to hide behind closed-door sessions. The residents don't want you hiding behind the closed-door sessions. See all the dirty laundry aired out in public. If the mayor can't change his ways, there's no way he's going to be able to lead that city council to any level of success. The Carousel City Mall project is not the most important project. Dealing with the issues of the streets and crime and the unresponsive police force that we're paying $80 million for must be resolved first. Nothing else is going to make any difference until those things are resolved. Thank you.
Hi, I'm calling for the open session. My name is, I'm calling for item number 7, the Carousel Mall Developer Selection, Ward 1. My name is Juan Munoz. I hope I do better this time. My name is Juan Munoz. I'm a member of the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters, and we are in support of the Renaissance Downtown USA developer. Not very often do you find or come across a developer who's willing to pay good wages and benefits and do local hire. They usually go and look for the bottom feeding contractor to save a buck, but not Renaissance. They've committed to paying good wages on this project, and for this reason, I ask that we approve him and approve item 7. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Javier Hernandez from the IE Mutualistas and an active member of the community of San Bernardino. And this public statement is regards to item 7 and the open session. So item 7 regarding the Carousel Mall. So there's talks about the redevelopment of the Carousel Mall. As a community member, I ask you, City Council, regardless of which developer you ultimately decide to go with, or the process to seek developers reset, to involve the community in as many steps of the process as possible. And if you decide to do it now, the reconstruction of the mall, or do it later, I'll ask and I'll advise the City Council to look into hiring local construction companies to hire local residents, in return keeping the money circulating in the community locally. The folks that live here and work here deserve to have a say and a hand in shaping their community without fear of exclusion and displacement. I appreciate all the City Council, and I ask to involve us in your plans. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Maribel Nunez, and this is for open session, agenda item number 7 and agenda item number 23. For agenda number 7, for the downtown Carousel Mall development, we support the ICO project because they've been more susceptible in supporting the community benefits agreement. The affordable housing component seems more affordable than the other developers. So the only thing that we ask that instead of the $1,390 for rental, that it's lower to $1,100. Most of our community just, they make a living that's $1,390, and so how are they going to pay rent? And then ICO is more open to local and open negotiations based on community needs, and they're just more accessible than the other developers. And then for item number 23, we support Catholic Charities to be the nonprofit to do the rental assistance. They've been in existence since 1980. They're headquartered in San Bernardino. They were there for our immigrant community, and the asylum seekers were here. And they have a long track record of doing economic rental assistance, and they provide legal services. So they're basically a one-stop for what our community needs, and people know what Catholic Charities is. Another option would be of another nonprofit, United Way. They also have done great work. And so, thank you so much for your time. And please consider those nonprofits for rental assistance, and consider ICO the developer for the Carousel Mall development. Thank you so much for your time. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Michael Segura. I'm a resident of the 6th Ward, a member with ICUC, Inland Congregations United for Change, and SBGN, San Bernardino Generation Now. I'm a lifetime resident of San Bernardino, and I am calling about item number 7 on the agenda, the Carousel Mall redevelopment project. I firmly believe that this project should be restarted. There needs to be way more community input that hasn't really been done in this process. I understand COVID has prevented a lot of that, but there's workarounds and there's community organizations out there to reach out to help increase the number of people reached. So, yeah, I believe both of the presentations weren't the greatest, right? Even though the ICO was possibly the better option for the city, the presentation was still lacking. So, and their community outreach wasn't as vast as they say, right? I didn't even hear about this until like the day of the meeting, that there was even the redevelopment going forward with these two proposals. So we really want to make sure there's community benefits. We want to make sure constituents of the city, the workers and the taxpayers, are involved in the process. And we want to make sure that you, the leaders on the dais, right, are listening to your constituents. We are the ones who voted you in, and we hope you take into consideration the whole plan for downtown and not just that one sector at a time. Let's really think of a vision for the entire area, not just the Carousel Mall. So thank you so much for listening, and have a good day.
Paula Trunk, general audience discussion. How many narcissists does it take to change a light bulb? None. They all use gaslighting. Pro Tem Ibarra, as a sexual assault survivor warrior, I only speak to you tonight because I will no longer recognize a mayor's chair that is consumed by unchecked, ruthless disruption of women in this city for his own personal sexual motivated desires, and will also include CM Ward 3 and CM Charette, whose ongoing enabling behavior to the sexual predator is a slap in the face to city residents and all of those any dealings with the city. The consistent behavior patterns and sociopaths are as follows: attempting to use charm, charisma, intelligence to manipulate others, lack of empathy for others, attempting to control others with threats or aggression, not learning from mistakes, lying for personal gain, using drugs or alcohol as an excuse for deeper, more disturbing behavior. These traits are very familiar on how these three men believe they can run the city into a dumpster fire, more like it, and quite frankly, you have a huge credibility problem as city government going forward. The city manager, who along with the putrid three, as stated above, rebuilt his predatory behavior by betraying the professionalism and decency of his office on handing a document to the sexual predator instead of walking in our community of character. He came into that chair as he left city government in Riverside in shame, because one lie to the people puts all of his other truths into question. In closed session, how many items are there direct result of the sexual predator trying to defile women under the color of power, while the streets remain filthy and potholes get bigger, and the police department remains at 10 officers per shift per day, while IPC McBride remains in his delusions of grandeur, taking his racial hate to Big Bear. Hocus pocus focus tonight, and stop acting like Karens at your local Walmart and do your jobs. After this meeting is over, instead of opening a bottle of wine and whining about how hard we make your jobs, dig deep, find your humanity, wrap it in compassion, and adopt a graduating senior in the city tonight. If you cannot offer our beautiful, talented, young graduating seniors a safe place to live and work, why would they ever want to come back after college to raise their families and open businesses in San Bernardino? In closing, I offer as a grieving mother this to those who have lost loved ones to COVID or violence, including my beautiful and funny 31-year-old son, who I lost in 2019. I cried when you passed away. I still cry today. Although I loved you dearly, I couldn't make you stay. A golden heart stopped beating. Hard-working hands are at rest. God broke my heart to prove to me he only takes the best. Good night.
Hello. I'm calling in for agenda item 7, Carousel Mall Development, Selection Ward 1. My name is Angel Esparza. I'm a member of the Southwest Carpenters and also a local resident. We are in support of the selection of Renaissance Downtown USA, ICO group of companies as the developer for the downtown redevelopment of the Carousel Mall. They have made a commitment to the community, ensuring local hire, a pathway to good paying jobs, and benefits for the residents of the Inland Empire and local communities. Thank you for moving forward with this development.
Hi, my name is Jeff Green. I'm with Inland Equity Partnership, and I am the San Bernardino County organizer, and I am calling on item number 23, the Emergency Rental Assistance Program Committee, and I congratulate the City of San Bernardino on selecting, getting the committee together. I encourage them to work quickly because this program is going to end in June, possibly, if the state doesn't kick the can down the road further as far as the rent moratorium on evictions. A lot of people could get help if you get your program up and running fast and people know that it's there. Please publicize it, and please pick a nonprofit that is equipped to deal with rental assistance. Catholic Charities has a lot of experience, and this program needs to be up and running fast because people are struggling and people really need to resolve, over a year of isolation, job loss, and illness caused by the pandemic and the response to the pandemic. So please act quickly, get it done, and start distributing the help because people need the help badly. Thank you.
Hello, I'm calling for Hardy Brown, an over 60-year resident of the west side of San Bernardino. I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra and Council Member Alexander for responding to my Black Voice News reporter's request for information. Also, thanks to staff members Mr. Fields and Mr. Huntley for assisting in that request. While I'm at it, I want to thank you for the lively discussion at your special council meeting last week. It became clear to me that our mayor has received some money from someone to support his effort for re-election and support the image or allegation, if you pay, then you can play, in San Bernardino. This issue must be addressed by the council and adopt an ordinance of financial contribution limits to political campaigns by individuals and political action committees. I also thank you for adjourning the special meeting after the mayor became so upset because he could not have his way and left the meeting. Good for you, council. There are many issues before you tonight, but you must reject the developer that the mayor is supporting for the Carousel Mall project. And whatever you do, please get them to sign a community benefits agreement before you obligate the city to anything. We must break our long history of the outsider planning and building and establishing businesses inside our city while they're living high on the hog in other communities at the expense of African Americans and Mexican Americans in this city. I've not forgotten our police staffing problem. We must open up the chief and assistant chief positions and fill them with permanent people. It has been 2 years with the staff of acting, which is not the way to run a department. I will remind you that it's been 115 years and no black chief and only one Latino in that position, and neither as assistant chief. In the city, they are the majority of the population. If you decide to include 2 non-residents on the Downtown Advisory Planning Committee, they should not be allowed to vote. They should not have voting privileges. The rental assistance money has stirred up some hard feelings in our community with the thought of having another United Way even being considered to administer the $6 million program. According to your closed session agenda, the mayor is costing a lot of time and money with several lawsuits against him. Know that the citizens are still against paying any money for his legal costs. Thank you, Hardy Brown, 6th Ward resident.
Hello, I'm calling for open session comment, item number 7. Good evening, City Council members,
My name is Omar Kobin. I am a union carpenter and a representative for the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters. I'm calling in full support of the selection of the Renaissance Downtown USA ICO group of companies as the developers for the downtown redevelopment of the Carousel Mall. They have made a commitment to the community of San Bernardino. They have also committed to local hire and to place responsible contractors to build this development. Carpenters like myself will have the opportunity to work near our homes and also spend more quality time with our family. I thank you for your time and have a good evening.
This is a public comment for Treasurer Ortiz for open session. Good evening, Council. My comment tonight is on agenda item number 7. I ask that you please approve option number 2 and enter into a contract with Renaissance ICO for the downtown redevelopment. Of all 3 choices before you tonight, I feel this is the only one that will move our city forward. Option number 1 is an absolute no because we know this is the hand-picked pay-to-play developer that the mayor has chosen. And option 3 is an absolute no because our city has a horrible track record with getting projects done or even contracted out. We are just getting started with a contractor for the general plan, even though the city was given $3 million just a year and a half ago. The city is about to spend another $500,000 on the lease for the Veneer Tower because in 4 years they haven't been able to come up with a plan to retrofit City Hall. We have a $210 million deficit for infrastructure improvements. The city can't pave its own streets, turn on street lights, maintain the parks, implement a plan to help the homeless, or implement public safety initiatives. So why would you think residents would trust the city to move forward with the redevelopment of the mall? There is a reason that this has never been an option in the 14 years that this project has been discussed. The city is not equipped to take it on. We need to have Renaissance ICO, who has a proven track record with downtown revitalization, on this entire project. And the notion of subdividing the property is utterly ridiculous. The only person who would benefit from that is our corrupt mayor, who will be out hitting up more developers for more money with a promise of the peace of the downtown. The city cannot afford to kick the can down the road with this project any longer. It has already been stalled once. And what happens if you stall again? Next year we have the potential for 4 new council members and a new mayor. What if they change their mind and then change the plan? We've had 8 city managers in 8 years. What if a new one comes along with a new recommendation? Mr. Robert Field, our current city manager, went from Mr. Get Everything Done in parallel to stop the whole process in just a week. No more inconsistent messaging, no more killing development in this city. If we don't move forward with this project tonight, no one other than shady people willing to pay off the mayor will want to bring their business here. Why would anyone waste time and money on a proposal just for the city to change its mind at the last minute? The people in the city are telling you they want this development to start now. They want Renaissance ICO to take on the project as stipulated in the RFP that the city sent out. Listen to the people of the city of San Bernardino, support their voices, and vote to approve option number 2. Thank you.
Yes, hello. My name is Abraham, and this for open session. I think it is very wrong what is happening with Mayor Valdivia, who is, as we know, is basically a sex predator, and SCG. To give a little bit of background, Mayor Valdivia, for those of you that do not know, he is very horny. He sees the pretty girl. He cannot control himself from touching them in very inappropriately ways. It is disgusting and unholy. He is greasy old man, young women. You get the picture. So this is where the SCG come in. You have a Chinese company trying to make payment on Mayor Valdivia, the sex predator's legal fees, and in return for protecting Mayor Valdivia from the charges, the allegations of his actions as a sex predator, SCG wants the property to make a lot of money for themselves. And this is very wrong. And Mayor Valdivia, the sex predator, he knows it. I see it on his face. He knows he is guilty. He think about it when he on top of underage girl cheating on his wife. He knows he has conscience. And let me tell you, I am a very good Christian, and I pray every night to the Lord that Mayor Valdivia will no longer be sex predator. He will learn to control his horny ways and have the knowledge not to molest intern whenever he is within 6 feet of them. I urge the other council members to distance yourself from this horny sex predator. Go and please vote with conscience, and may God bless the San Bernardino.
Mayor and Council, this is Margaret Hill, member of the 4th Ward, and my message is somewhat brief. I'm calling just to say that it is important that you make the right decision this evening. As an elected official, I know many times there are hard decisions to make. However, tonight, when it comes to the Carousel Mall project, this is an easy one. Please okay the contract with Renaissance Downtown USA and ICO Group. They are the best one, and we don't need to extend this, as I read in yesterday's paper. I understand the feelings of the people who work in City Hall, but I also have to remind you and them, they don't live here, I do, and I don't want to wait another 10 years for this project, because it usually takes 10 years when you deny people. So again, my request is please okay the contract so that Renaissance Downtown USA and ICO Group can get busy starting on this project. At my age, I might not get a chance to ride in a boat, but I sure like to see the water flow. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Victor Suarez. I live and work in the city of San Bernardino. I am a teacher at the local high school that serves the west side of the city, wards 1, 3, and 6. A few days ago, the mayor made a disrespectful remark stating that the area my students call home is disgusting. This upset many people, including my students and myself. What is truly disgusting is the lack of leadership the mayor has demonstrated. Disgusting is reading the newspapers and watching the news with headlines of corruption, scandals, and allegations connected to the mayor. Disgusting is having no respect for others and abusing the power of the office of the mayor. On behalf of our students, I ask Councilmember Sanchez to demand from the mayor an apology for describing the First Ward as a disgusting place, when in fact it is a place of opportunities, hope, and self-determination. Our students are listening and deserve better leadership from all of you. They deserve to feel pride where they live, and they deserve respect. Tonight, you can make sure that happens by voting and supporting option 2 for item 7. Let us turn disgust into possibilities for all of San Bernardino. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Leticia Garcia. I live in Ward 7, and I'm calling for an open session item number 7, and I am calling to urge the council to make the right decision tonight and be on the right side of history and put the city on track to be something in the future by voting for option number 2. And that is for several million reasons, but I think we all know that option number 1 is not a good option. It should have been disqualified, especially after that last meeting and knowing what we know. But option number 3 is also just as worrisome, because what option number 3 would do if this project was in the city's hands, it would open up a Pandora's box of pay for play like you've never seen before, and one person in particular would walk away with millions of dollars from the city based on all the contractors, engineers, vendors, etc., that he could shake down during this project. So that's one reason. And the other reason is we don't have a very good track record in the city of getting anything done. You all still have a lot on your plate besides the mall development.
that you have to focus on and work on. Item 11, for example, going back to City Hall, you guys have to prioritize that. You can't spend millions of dollars every year indefinitely and just continue to ignore the abandoned City Hall building. So I understand there might be a plan for that. I hope there is. But these are the things that you guys need to be able to focus on instead of a mall redevelopment. You don't have the capacity to even hand out money to people who are renting and landlords that the state and feds are providing you with. How are you going to have the capacity to do a whole redevelopment project? So there is a lot of concern about, whether the city is going to be doing that. The other thing is that you're going to be told by quote-unquote staff that they don't recommend that you go with either firm because you're going to have to give away money. You're going to have to give them all kinds of resources from the city. That is absolutely 1,000% not true. And if anybody on your city staff, Mike Huntley, Rob Fields, if they tell you that this is not a fiscally viable project, especially with RDICO, they are straight lying to you. You cannot give away money that you don't have. So for anyone to try to convince you that, oh yeah, any grants that we have coming in will go to this project, that is 1,000%.
I'm calling about the Carousel Mall development. I know that there's been a lot of different plans going forward. I've always said that the Carousel Mall needs to be looked at a little differently, and that we should look at hemp industry or even cannabis, but easily, like in San Diego, we had the hemp and cannabis job fair, which brought 15,000 people plus to the Hilton Mall. I'm part of the team now with Farmers Cup here, and we're looking at San Diego County opening up for indoor and outdoor cannabis events, permits for lounges for 100 licenses, and reducing taxes for cannabis. So what is Inland Empire going to do for hemp? Because it could be the next sister industry for the San Diego local cannabis industry. Think about that. San Bernardino needs something that creates jobs to replace the small business economy that's not creating jobs, and the Amazon big industry that's not paying taxes. If we bring hemp in, they'll pay taxes and create jobs, period. Email me if you're interested to connect, Russ, R-U-S-S, at farmerscupofficial.com. Thank you. My name is Russell Palmer, originally from the headquarters co-working space, San Bernardino, now the Enterprise Building.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Daniel, and my comment today is for item number 7, and this is for the public session. I strongly recommend to you all option number 2. I believe Renaissance Group / ICO was very well prepared, and they should get picked solely on merit. Option number 1 to me is a total no-go. The Shanghai firm has been steeped in all sorts of controversy, to say the least, and their presentation was not very well done. Option number 3 is also a no-go, in that I do not feel that it should be the city's responsibility to oversee and get their hands involved in the redevelopment process, for mainly one reason. Doesn't the city have 200 to 300 properties in its possession at the moment? So if the city is to also, try to spearhead redeveloping the mall, wouldn't that just add significantly to the backlog? So my comment to you all tonight is to look into option 2 and approve that. If you have questions, I guess in regards to option number 2, I would say to y'all, maybe just reach out to the developer if that's the case. But anyway, long story short, go with option 2. Thank you all. Bye.
Hi, good evening. I'm calling for agenda item number 7 for open session regarding the Carousel Mall developer selection. Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Celine Perez. I'm the political director for the Inland Empire Labor Council. We represent over 300,000 union members and their families in Riverside and San Bernardino counties, with thousands of those union members and their families residing in the city of San Bernardino. We are in support of and asking that the City Council move our city forward by including a community benefits agreement with any option that the City Council goes with tonight, and ensure that community groups are there at the table with you to make sure that we have a community benefit agreement that addresses our needs, including economic development, having good quality jobs during construction and afterwards that emphasize local hire, addressing our concerns around infrastructure, affordable housing, environmental impact, and other priority needs. We do think that this is a great opportunity for the city to set the standard of what can be achieved collectively by working together, and we think this is something that we need to do now. So again, we are urging you to please support including a community benefit agreement with any option that you go with tonight, and we thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Ricardo Cisneros. I'm the Executive Secretary Treasurer of the Inland Empire Labor Council. I'm contacting you regarding the Carousel Mall development. For far too long, the county of San Bernardino has been, the community of San Bernardino has been left out in the cold. I believe the community deserves a seat at the table to navigate the priorities for the downtown development. Issues like lack of affordable housing, housing for low-income families, and homeless residents. Sustainability and good jobs must be included in the project. We need to start looking ahead to the road of economic recovery, and a community benefit agreement would address economic development, job quality for the jobs during construction and afterwards, infrastructure, housing, and environmental impact concerns. Council members, I ask you to do the right thing and move forward for this project to have a full community benefit agreement to address the needs of the community. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Eric Ian. I am an active San Bernardino resident and a member of IE Mutualistas, and this public statement is in regards to item number 7. I call on you today to do what's right for your constituents. This means to implement a community benefits agreement that will prioritize and benefit all community members in San Bernardino. I also call on you today to remind you that this project has to have environmental protections implemented. And finally, as our representatives, you must put the needs and priorities of the local community. Thank you.
My comment is for open session, item number 7. Good evening, council members. My name is Jacob Cleesby's lead representative with the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters, representing close to 6,000 members in San Bernardino County. I'm here tonight in support of the selection of Renaissance Downtown USA ICO group of companies as the developer for the redevelopment of the Carousel Mall, downtown San Bernardino. Renaissance Downtown USA has made a commitment to the community of San Bernardino to create good-paying jobs for its residents for years to come. An opportunity for the countless construction workers that call San Bernardino home, an opportunity to work in the community they have chosen to call home, allowing them to be more present in the lives of their families and more present in the community that they live. Instead of spending those countless hours on the road commuting to LA for those same opportunities. They are making a commitment to local hire, a pathway to a great career for the youth of San Bernardino to become skilled and trained through apprenticeship programs, and a long, great career in the construction industry, allowing them a clear pathway to the middle class. So tonight I am here in support of the selection of Renaissance Downtown USA ICO group of companies as the developer for this project. Thank you.
Hello, this is for the City Council meeting on March 3rd regarding item number 7 for the Carousel Mall redevelopment meeting. And my name is Noemi Lopez. I have been born and raised here in San Bernardino. I currently live in the 5th Ward. And I wanted to mention that I'm a first-generation American. My family immigrated here to San Bernardino. This is where we ended up. They touched base. And fortunately, all of my family who immigrated here were able to find jobs in a place like the Carousel Mall in Montgomery Ward. My parents were able to have a home here because of Montgomery Ward, back when it was Montgomery Ward. And a lot of my aunts and uncles as well. They were able to establish a life for their families thanks to locations like that when San Bernardino was thriving. And unfortunately, for most of my life, I was reconsidering leaving San Bernardino because that hopefulness has left the city. But fortunately, now, thanks to council members like Kimberly Calvin and Ben Reynoso, I can see that that's changing. And I hope that most of you start to stand behind them because they're listening to the people. We're crying out that things need to change around here. And no one's been listening before. And so I want to make sure that whoever it is that we're bringing in for the redevelopment of the Carousel Mall really takes into consideration that this is near and dear to our hearts. We have history here, and they need to really be taking into consideration what the community needs. Not what's going to fill in the pockets of other people, but what the community really needs here. I work in a clinic in downtown San Bernardino that provides services to the hardest hit communities, specifically the transgender population. And they are out of jobs. They are losing their homes. If it wasn't for COVID protections right now, they would be out in the streets. And some of them are out in the streets, and we're struggling to find help for them. That wouldn't be happening if folks before had not let San Bernardino go. And so I just want to make sure that that is really taken into consideration. And I frankly would vote for the slate to be completely cleaned and start fresh with intensive community input prior to making a suggestion on who makes the final bid. And I just wanted to throw in a note, Mayor Valdivia, your behavior from the last meeting was absolutely, it's shameful and an embarrassment, and frankly, I cannot wait to recall you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Miriam Nieto. I am calling with the group SBGN, and I am calling in regards to the agenda number item 7. This is the response to item number 7 on the agenda. The city representatives of the DAIS and the current developer options for the downtown Carousel Mall redevelopment project. I believe that the decision should lead to a reset process of opening the request for proposal to focus more on giving opportunity to other developers to come in and see what the potential of San Bernardino can look like. So again, I believe that we should hold off on the redevelopment of the Carousel Mall for the moment and send out more invitations for other developers to play a role in how the community wants to see San Bernardino to be built up. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Savina Walbert. I am calling regarding the San Bernardino, City Council meeting today, March 3rd, 2021, and specifically regarding item number 7. I am a constituent of the 7th Ward, and I am also a University of Redlands student, sophomore. I am calling because I am concerned about the Carousel Mall redevelopment. I was born and raised in San Bernardino, and I plan on being involved in city government and one day being a part of city council even. And so what happens in San Bernardino means a lot to me. So I'd just like to give my thoughts. This is actually my first public comment, so I hope I do a good job, and apologies if I fumble over my words. I believe that it is important that whatever option the council decides to go with, that we keep in mind, or that the council keeps in mind, a few important things. A community benefits agreement I find really important because it involves the constituents of San Bernardino and surrounding areas that would be affected. And this community benefits agreement should guarantee sustainable jobs. And sustainable, I mean sustainable in two ways. I mean sustainable as in providing a living wage, benefits, etc., but also sustainable in the sense of the businesses and industries that would potentially move into the area, for them to be sustainable and not in an environmental way, and not perpetuate and exacerbate the already bad pollution state of being that San Bernardino has been in for a long time, and the region. I am really in favor of green technology and infrastructure and green space, and I also want to point to accessible infrastructure, not just within the buildings, such as walkways or ramps for those who are in wheelchairs, etc., but also outside of and elevators for inside of the buildings, but also outside of the buildings in terms of, for example, crosswalks, and having crosswalk lights be potentially automated or speak, so that those with, for
Hello, my name is Julio Flores. I'm calling to leave a comment for an open session comment for item 7. Hello, my name is Julio Flores, a proud professional union carpenter of the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters. I'm in support of the selection of the Renaissance Downtown USA ICO group of companies as the developers for the downtown redevelopment of the Carousel Mall. They have made a commitment to the community, ensuring local hire of skilled and trained professionals, and also to provide job opportunities and benefits to local residents and the youth of San Bernardino. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Anthony Cervantes, and this public comment is for open session of tonight's meeting, March 3rd, 2021. I live in Ward 3. Juan Figueroa is my councilman. My family has lived in San Bernardino for 4 generations, and my roots of family and friends runs deep here. And I have voters in every ward in the city. Today I'm calling to voice my support, and also on behalf of my family and friends throughout the city, to support Renaissance Downtown USA ICO for developing our downtown area. I have had many conversations about the 3 options you have before you tonight, and collectively have come to the conclusion that option 2 is the only reasonable and viable choice to bring success to the downtown area. Any choice other than option 2 on item 7 will be seen as a betrayal to your city and community, and especially your voters, and we will remember if you decide to sell us out to the highest bidder. No more pay-to-play politics in our city. Thank you for your time.
Item 7, Carousel Mall Developer Selection. Good evening. My name is Susan Lynn Longville, and all of you know that I served as the 2nd Ward City Council member for 8 years from 1998 to 2006. I worked hard, like all of you do now, but did not seek a 3rd term. What I did with this experience was to join a nonprofit think tank called the Infrastructure Funding Alliance to work with experts much smarter than I am that were developing and advocating financial approaches and strategies that would help communities like San Bernardino successfully redevelop their deteriorating urban centers. Tonight I am here to share this experience and testify before you how very strongly I disagree with the staff recommendation to reject the proposal from Renaissance Downtowns USA and ICO Real Estate Group in favor of, quote, smaller planning areas that would increase the financial viability of developing various types of residential, commercial, and mixed-use projects on the Carousel Mall property. I disagree even more with the following recommendation that engaging multiple development entities interested in planning areas improves the likelihood that individual projects will be successfully completed and will allow smaller firms the opportunity to develop parts of projects. Both staff recommendations are a recipe for failure. The fragmented approach that the staff recommends reminds me of the city's failed approach with regulating cannabis projects. What San Bernardino needs is a top-notch, broad-based team of experts that will stay with this project until completion and has the demonstrated record of success in other cities as troubled as our own. What San Bernardino needs is insurance that this redevelopment project will be a financial success and not a boondoggle. This is what San Bernardino has never done and why we fail, but it is what successful cities in the IE like Tanner, Rialto, Rancho Cucamonga, and Rialto have done to get the new development and redevelopment it wants over and over and why it succeeds. Instead, I urge you to direct staff to bring a development agreement with Renaissance Downtown USA and ICO Real Estate that includes all the features you want, including a community benefit agreement for employment and smaller firm participation to consider. Remember that the council asked this firm to develop a full proposal, and it did so, playing fair and square without any pay to play. I also encourage the City Council to appoint a committee to conduct in-depth interviews with every city these firms have claimed have been a success. Do your homework, and in the end, if you decide to reject this proposal and move on, I respect that. Thank you for your time this evening, and all.
Hi, my name is Eddie Sanchez. I'm calling on open session agenda item number 23. I want to make a public comment asking that the city look to Catholic Charities in administering the rental assistance program. Catholic Charities has had a history in San Bernardino of carrying out rental and economic assistance to the community. They have staff like Beverly Earl who work for Catholic Charities and have built strong relationships with those in need of rental assistance. And those relationships will ensure that the rental assistance program reaches those who need most. Once again, my name is Eddie Sanchez, and I thank the council for their time and hope that they consider Catholic Charities for the rental assistance program. Take care.
Hello, my name is Roxana Barrera, and I am a resident of the 1st Ward in San Bernardino. I think we all saw an ugly side of Mayor Valdivia in the last special meeting in the way he responded to what was being said about him and the allegation of him taking money from one of the developers. Let's all keep that in mind if he decides to run for mayor again. Also, city council members, please vote for what would benefit our residents and not your pockets. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Christopher Gonzalez. I'm calling in the account of item number 23, which is the Emergency Rental Assistance Program funding. Basically, I want is a direct staff to administer a local emergency rental assistance program with allocation. The city of San Bernardino government employees will know the needs of residents of San Bernardino that will help have strong program to contact with either Catholic Charities, San Bernardino, or United Way.
Good afternoon. My name is Joanna Clevenger. I am calling in regards to the open session tonight about item number 7, the Downtown Carousel Mall Redevelopment Project. I live in the 3rd Ward, work at San Bernardino Valley College, and attend school at California State University San Bernardino. I feel like this project needs more community input before you push forward with either of the proposals. The bidding companies have created their project without our community members in mind. So rather than move forward with either proposal, we should restart the project. But if you choose to move ahead with one of the proposals, I believe that whoever undergoes the project needs to sign a community benefits agreement. As it is, the lack of input from community members where the projects currently are is basically has the community being cheated out of the project. So, yeah, thank you very much. Have a great day.
Good evening. This public comment is for open session agenda item 7 regarding the Carousel Mall redevelopment. My name is Athena Tan, and I work in downtown San Bernardino. I strongly encourage City Council members to vote for the third option on the table tonight, end the current process, and reject both development teams. I think it's clear from resident feedback that this has been too much of a top-down process and there are too many ethical doubts to move forward with things as they are. What happens with the Carousel Mall site in downtown San Bernardino is going to set a precedent for urban redevelopment throughout the Inland Empire. So I encourage council members and staff to look to the Downtown Crenshaw project in Los Angeles, which will place the Crenshaw Mall into a community land trust so residents in the surrounding community have collective ownership and a full stake in its redevelopment. Most downtown redevelopment projects are based on the lofty idea of generating profits that will somehow trickle down to residents in need, but never really do. The current City Council has the opportunity to guide a downtown redevelopment project that instead responds directly to the most urgent basic needs of San Bernardino residents. I hope you will take that opportunity. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you very much, Ms. City Clerk. We appreciate the public comments tonight, and thank you. There has been, I want to notice the council, there has been a request from applicants to proceed with public hearings tonight. We have several individuals and public comments potentially in waiting and in queue. The request would be items 12 through 16. And we will, if there's no objections, we'd like to, 12 through 15, we'd like to proceed with public hearings. So at this time, let's proceed on to item number 12, public hearings for tonight. This is a Community Facilities District number 2018-1, annexation number 3. The recommendation is there before you as printed. This is annexation proceedings. The time is approximately 8:49 p.m. The public hearing is now open, and the time, as mentioned, was 8:49 p.m. Are there any disclosures from the council members? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, do you have proof of publication that the notices as required by law have been given, and do we have a complete file of documents?
Yes, we do.
Thank you. Are there any written communications on this matter?
No, there are not.
Do any council members wish to hear the staff report? If not,
yes, I'd like to hear staff report for number 15, please.
very good. Thank you, staff. If you would please present the staff report.
Chris Jensen, I believe, will be leading this portion of the discussion. Chris?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. City Manager and Mayor, members of council. So items 12, 13, and 14 are all related to the same development. It's a Ferry property. We had discussed it previously. The 3 items we've tried to condense because this can be kind of a long process to get through all of our scripts and everything that we need to do. Did you, and I'm sorry, Councilwoman Calvin, was it item 15 only
Correct.
that you wanted the staff report on?
Correct.
Okay, so what I'm going to do, we actually have Shane Spicer here with Spicer Consulting. We had consolidated all 3 of our PowerPoints we would normally do into one. So if it's okay with the mayor and the members of council, we can actually just have Shane jump into the details of number 15 on that PowerPoint, if that works for all of you. Good?
Good.
Okay. Shane, I will go ahead and hand it over to you.
Sure. Thank you very much. So item number 15 is the annexation number 8 into the city's CFD 2019-1 for the 2600 Cajon Industrial. I wanted to make sure that we are on the same item here because there are several. Perfect. So this item is the public hearing for the annexation. Next slide, please. The recommended action is to initiate the annexation of the territory into the city's CFD 2019-1 for maintenance services, hold the public hearing, adopt a resolution calling the election, hold a special election, and then adopt a resolution declaring the election results. And upon approval of these preceding resolutions, introduce an ordinance amending the ordinance, levying and apportioning the special tax for the CFD. And then schedule the second and final reading of the adoption of the amended ordinance for March the 17th. Next slide, please. So the property owner of tract 2600 Cajon Industrial LLC requested that the city would help in annexing the territory into the city's maintenance CFD for public improvements. On January the 20th, the City Council adopted a resolution of intention to annex these properties and hold tonight the public hearing for the annexation. Next slide, please. With this annexation, the proposed maximum annual tax to be levied on the properties within the boundaries of the annexation is $1,047 per acre, and this would establish tax zone number 9 within the city's CFD 2019-1. These annual special taxes are proposed to escalate with the greater of CPI or 2%, which is consistent with all other properties that are already currently within the city's maintenance CFD. Next slide, please. So the services that are proposed to be included within the maintenance CFD includes maintenance of median landscaping, other public improvements installed in public right-of-ways, public lighting, including street lights and traffic signals, maintenance of streets, including pavement management, street sweeping, maintenance of operations of water quality improvements, including storm drain and BMP facilities. And in addition to those services include the administrative expenses and any collections for reserve funds. Next slide, please. This is the location of the proposed annexation area along Cajon Boulevard, identified in the teal blue there. Next slide. Upon build out, it's anticipated that the tax zone would generate approximately $14,099 to cover the maintenance services associated with the public services for maintenance adjacent to the property. All costs associated with this annexation has been borne by the developer, and there is no impact to the city's general fund. Next slide, please. And with that, I conclude the staff presentation, and we can accept any questions.
Okay.
Mayor, if I may.
Thank you, Shane. I do have some questions.
I just wanted to apologize quickly. I was stuck on the 3 before that, so my apologies for mentioning that this was the Furry project. I didn't realize it was 15. So.
Okay. Councilmember Calvin, go ahead.
Thank you, Shane, for that presentation, and I do have a couple of questions. You said that there's no impact to the general fund, correct?
Correct.
So the impact is solely going to the constituents, the taxpayers.
It'll be on so this is a non-residential property, so the commercial development would be paying for that, their portion of the maintenance services through the tax, correct?
Through the tax?
Correct.
Which the taxpayer assumes?
Which the property owner for this project would be paying, correct?
So no tax to the constituent at all?
No, nobody else beyond the boundaries of this tax zone.
Nobody beyond the boundary. So that means the homeowners in that area will not be taxed?
That's correct.
Okay.
Does that conclude your remarks, Ms. Calvin?
It does.
Okay, let's proceed. Thank you, Shane. We appreciate it. Are there any requests, Ms. City Clerk? Question directed at you on my script. Are there any requests to speak for this public hearing from the public?
There are not any requests to speak from the public, but I believe Councilmember Reynoso has a question.
Sure, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So there being no public comment is indicative of where we are, right? This project, which Shane you're talking about, is more appropriate and suitable because a commercial developer should bear the brunt of that tax. But can you say that, I'm talking to Chris Jensen, Alex Kista, Shane as well, if you're involved in the consulting on this, the other items that have been clumped together in this annexation, some of these are residential. And so with that being said, and there's no comment, the likelihood during the pandemic that someone knows that they're about to get a special tax imposed on them, 0% likelihood. And so with that being the case, I want you to explain to me, combined, however you want to do it, beyond upkeep of street, which is already basically paid for by the city, sewer and street sweeping, what are they paying for in the residential areas that are proposed to be annexed? Are we getting like something special or something? What's the goal?
I can take that if you would like. So for the Furry project and residential development in general, the property owners that are proposing annex is the developer. So the residential owners aren't living there yet, and would be notified when they purchase the property that there's a special tax on their property. What the intent is for the maintenance services, the public safety services specifically, is to mitigate the impacts to services to the existing community for their development. So as you bring new residential properties in, they're paying a proportionate share of costs to mitigate the impacts and not dilute the services to the existing residents that are already there, specifically for public safety. For maintenance services, their special taxes coming back directly to them for the services that are being provided for enhanced maintenance along their streets, ensuring that there's timely slurry seal maintenance along their property, adjacent to their properties, enhanced landscaping, street lighting, and so forth. So these type of services are discussed or presented to them in notices when they are purchasing the home, but they are intended to come back to the property owners specifically for their benefit.
And they'll be notified that it'll be a 2% tax increase every year potentially after that.
Correct.
So basically what you just said to me, don't take offense to this, is that we are paying to do what we should already be doing by levying a special tax through annexation. You don't have to answer. That's fine. I got my question answered. Thank you.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes, Mr. Spicer, I read your consulting paper. I may have been the only one, but your consulting paper on the maintenance district program that you drew up for Ms. Chris Jensen. I read that twice, and I mean, I'm not sure I'll get anywhere with this, but I'd just like to read the first two lines. There are a few popular landscape secured funding mechanisms available to cities to levy charges on the property tax rolls for providing maintenance services. Two of the most common used are landscape and lighting maintenance assessment districts, MADs, and then community facility districts. I believe we're doing the community facilities districts. This allows for new development that's not going to burden the city with maintenance. I don't think I know of a single residential development in Southern California that doesn't have these. Is this what they call the Melrose?
Correct.
Yeah,
Yes.
This is what they call the Melrose. I have yet to find a single. I come from the development and construction industry, and I have yet to find a development in Southern California that doesn't have these attached to them. They're what kind of make this type of development feasible. And what it does is it keeps the cities from being burdened with this continued development that comes with a lot of assets, right? The streets, the street lights, the mains, everything. And so this is one of those things that I doubt very much there's much question about. Without this, I mean, many of these projects aren't going to be feasible. And I would strongly recommend that we all read that. And I know staff has sent it out once before. I would strongly recommend that we send that one more time out, because I know we're going to continue to get these, because our city's in an upward trajectory, and we're getting a lot of development in the city. And this is just the mechanism that cities use now. For lack of a better description, I mean, this is free money for the city to continue to provide the maintenance that we need, not just in new developments, but it saves up money for us to reinvest in those underrepresented and underserved communities that have been here for a while.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. Let's continue on with the script of tonight. There's a lot of script here, folks, so just be patient with me. The city staff, are there any further comments? Seeing none and moving on. Finally, do any members of the council have any further questions of staff or wish to make any comments before I close this public hearing? Seeing none. Moving on, has the city clerk received written protests?
I've received 0 written protests.
Very good. I now declare the hearing closed, the time being 9:02 p.m. May I have a motion to resolution number 2021-38 of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, acting as a legislative body of the City of San Bernardino, Facilities District number 2018-1, Safety Services, annexing territory to Community Facilities District 2018-1, Safety Services, and calling the elections therein. Is there a motion?
So moved.
By Figueroa, with a second by Sanchez. Thank you. Is there any further deliberation or discussion? Seeing none, we'll take a voice vote, please. Ms. City Clerk.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso?
No.
Councilmember Calvin?
No.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-2 with Councilmembers Calvin and Reynoso voting in opposition.
Thank you very much, Ms. City Clerk. The resolution that we have just adopted calls for elections within the property to be annexed CFD number 2018-1 to approve such annexation to authorize the levy of the special tax in accordance with the rate and method of apportionment to provide certain services within such property, which is to be held at this time by the City Clerk. City Clerk?
All ballots have been cast in connection with the election for CFD number 2018-1, and the election is now closed. Each of the ballot propositions have been approved by more than 2/3 of the votes cast in the elections for CFD number 2018-1.
Okay, thank you very much. Having received a certificate of the City Clerk certifying the results of the election, I'd entertain a motion to approve Resolution 2021-39 of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, acting as a legislative body of the City of San Bernardino, Community Facilities District number 2018-1, Safety Services, certifying the results of the March 3, 2021 annexation of special tax election. Is there a motion?
Move approval.
By Charette, second by?
Second.
By Figueroa. Is there any further discussion or deliberation? If not, the City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso?
No.
Councilmember Calvin?
No.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-2. Councilmember Reynoso and Calvin voting in opposition.
Thank you very much, Ms. City Clerk. Moving on to item number 13 of tonight's calendar. This is a Community Facilities District 2019-1 of Maintenance Services, annexation number 7 for Ward 3. The recommendation is there before you, folks. And this is, once again, the annexation proceedings and elections for the City of San Bernardino Community Facilities District number 2019-1 Maintenance Services, annexation number 7. This public hearing is to consider annexation proceedings and the elections for the City of San Bernardino Community Facilities District 2019-1 Maintenance Services, annexation number 7. The time is now 9:06 p.m. and this public hearing is now open. Are there any disclosures from our council members? Seeing none and hearing none, Madam City Clerk, do you have a proof of publication that the notice as required by the law have been given, and do we have a complete file of documents?
Yes, they do.
Are there any written communications on this matter?
No, they are not.
Thank you. Do any council members wish to hear the staff report? I think it was already provided. Moving on, are there any requests to speak for this public hearing, Ms. City Clerk?
There are not any requests to speak.
Would the city staff like to make any further comments? Hearing none and moving on. Do any members of the council have questions of staff or wish to make any comments before closing the public hearing? Has the city clerk received the written protests?
I have received 0 written protests.
Thank you. I now declare the hearing closed, the time being 9:07 p.m. May I have a motion, please, to adopt the resolution number 2021-40 of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, calling an election to submit to the qualified electors the question of levying a special tax within the area proposed to be annexed to Community Facilities District number 2019-1, Maintenance Services of Annexation number 7. Is there a motion?
Move approval.
By Charette? By Figueroa?
Second.
Ms. City Clerk, if you call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
No.
Councilmember Calvin,
No.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-2 with Councilmembers Reynoso and Calvin voting in opposition.
Thank you very much. The resolution that we have just adopted calls for the election within the property to be annexed to CFD 2019-1 to approve such annexation and to authorize the levy of the special tax in accordance with the rate and the method of apportionment to provide certain services within such property, which is to be held at this time by the city clerk. City clerk?
Sorry, Mayor, I lost my spot. We're reading. Okay, all ballots have been cast in connection with the election for CFD number 2019-1, and the election is now closed. Each of the ballot propositions have been approved by more than 2/3 of the votes cast in the elections for CFD number 2019-1.
Having received a certificate of the city clerk certifying the results of the election, I entertain a motion now to approve a resolution number 2021-41 of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, declaring the election results for the Community Facilities District number 2019-1, Maintenance Services Annexation number 7. Is there a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
By Charette and second by Councilman Sanchez. Ms. City Clerk, is there any further discussion from council members? If not, Ms. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso.
This is item 15, correct?
Yeah. This is item
2019-1?
13.
13.
No.
Councilmember Calvin,
No.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-2 with Councilmembers Reynoso and Calvin voting in opposition.
Thank you, Ms. City Clerk. I'd now ask for a motion to waive further reading and introduce by title only an ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, amending ordinance number MC-1554 and levying the special taxes to be collected during fiscal year 2021-2022 to pay the annual cost of the maintenance and servicing of landscaping, lighting, water quality improvements, graffiti, streets, street sweeping, parks, and trail maintenance, a reserve fund for capital replacement and administrative expenses with respect to the City of San Bernardino Community Facilities District 2019-1 maintenance services. Is there a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
By Charette and a second by Sanchez. Is there any further discussion? Council member, Ms. City Clerk, if you call the roll, please.
Just a minor correction, Mayor. It's introducing ordinance MC 1554, amending ordinance number 1522. My apologies for that mistake on your script.
Very good. With that so noted, you'll call the roll, please. Thank you.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra.
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa.
Yes.
Councilmember Charette.
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso.
This is 2019-1.
We're still on number 13. We're introducing the ordinance.
Sure. No.
Councilmember Calvin.
No, ma'am.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-2 with Councilmembers Reynoso and Calvin voting in opposition.
Thank you very much, council members. Moving on to item number 14. This is Community Facilities District number 2021-1 for Reed Street Formation, Ward 3. The recommendation is there printed in your backup material, and I will forego the long paragraphs. The formation proceedings and elections for the Community Facilities District 2020-1 for Reed Street of the City of San Bernardino. This public hearing is to consider formation proceedings and elections for Community Facilities District 2021-1 for Reed Street. The public hearing is now open. The time is approximately 9:12 p.m. Are there any disclosures from council members? Seeing none, hearing none, Madam City Clerk, do you have proof of publication that the report and the notices as required by law have been given, and do we have a complete file of documents?
Yes, I do.
Are there any written communications on the matter?
No, there are not.
Thank you. And do any council members wish to hear the staff report? Are there any requests to hear or speak? Are there any requests to speak on this item from the public?
No, there are not.
Would the city staff like to make any further comments? Seeing none, do any members of the city council have any questions of staff or wish to make any comments before I close this hearing? Very good. Has the city clerk received any written protests?
I have received 0 written protests.
Thank you, Ms. City Clerk. I now declare the hearing closed, the time being approximately 9:13 p.m. May I please have a motion to adopt the following resolutions. Resolution number 2021-42 of the Mayor City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, establishing Community Facilities District 2021-1 for Reed Street of the City of San Bernardino, County of San Bernardino, State of California, and the boundaries thereof, and approving a funding agreement. The resolution 2021-43 of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, determining the necessity to incur bonded indebtedness for Community Facilities District number 2021-1 for Reed Street, submitting to the qualified electors of the Community Facilities District a proposition to authorize the levy of a special tax therein, and to authorize such community facilities districts to incur a bonded indebtedness secured by the levy of a special tax therein, to finance these certain types of public facilities, and to establish an appropriations limits for such community facilities districts, and calling a special election for the Community Facilities District on a proposition for incurring such bonded indebtedness. Resolution number 2021-44 of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, calling a special election and submitting to the voters of Community Facilities District number 2021-1 for Reed Street of the City of San Bernardino propositions regarding the annual levying of special taxes within the community facilities districts, and for the purpose to pay principal and interest in bonds thereof, and to pay the cost of public facilities, and establishing an appropriations limit therefor. That was a long one, folks.
Move to approve.
Motion.
Second.
By Figueroa on a first and a second by Councilman Sanchez. Any further discussion? All right, Ms. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Surratt?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso?
No.
Councilmember Calvin?
No.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-2 with Councilmember Reynoso and Calvin voting in opposition.
Thank you, Ms. City Clerk. The resolution establishing Community Facilities District number 2021-1 for Reed Street that we just adopted establishes a Community Facilities District number 2021-1 for Reed Street, the boundaries thereof, and approves a funding agreement within the Community Facilities District is officially formed. The resolution determining necessity to incur a bonded indebtedness for Community Facilities District number 2021-1 for Reed Street that we just adopted calls a special election for CFD number 2021-1 on a proposition for CFD number 2021-1 to incur a bonded indebtedness secured by the levy of a special tax within the CFD number 2021-1 to finance certain types of public facilities. The resolution calling a special election that we just adopted calls a special election within the Community Facilities District number 2021 to authorize the annual levy of special taxes within CFD number 2021-1 in accordance with the rate and method and apportionment of special to pay principal of and interest on bonds and to pay the cost of public facilities, and establishes an appropriations limit within CFD number 2021-1, which is to be held at this time by the city clerk. The city clerk.
All ballots have been cast in connection with the election for CFD number 2020-1, and the election is now closed. Each of the ballot propositions have been approved by more than 2/3 of the votes cast in the elections for CFD number 2021-1.
Thank you very much, Ms. City Clerk. Having received a certificate of the City Clerk certifying results of this election, I would entertain a motion to approve resolution number 2021-45 of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, declaring the results of the consolidated special elections within the Community Facilities District number 2021-1 for Reese Street. Is there a motion?
Move to approve. Second.
By Charette and Sanchez. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, hearing none, and moving on. Ms. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
No.
Councilmember Calvin,
No.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-2 with Councilmember Reynoso and Calvin voting opposition.
I'd now ask for a motion to waive the further reading and introduce by title ordinance number 1555 of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, acting as the legislative body of the Community Facilities District number 2021-1 for Reese Street, authorizing the levy of special taxes in such community facilities district. Is there a motion?
I'll move
You
it.
should read all of it. No, second.
All right. Second by Sanchez with a little humor. I love it. I love it. We need it. We need it, Ted. Is there any further discussion? Any further discussion? None? Okay, Ms. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
No.
Councilmember Calvin,
Ma'am.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-2 with Councilmembers Reynoso and Calvin voting in opposition. Mayor, you're muted.
Thank you. I was halfway done. The community, this is item number 15, Community Facilities District number 2019-1. Maintenance Services, annexation number 8. The recommendation is there before you. It's sixfold in the backup. The subject tonight is annexation proceedings and the elections for the City of San Bernardino, Community Facilities District number 2019-1, Maintenance Services, annexation number 8. The public hearing is now to consider annexation proceedings and the elections for the City of San Bernardino Community Facilities District number 2019-1, Maintenance Services, annexation number 8. The public hearing is now open. It's approximately 9:21 p.m. Are there any disclosures from council members? Seeing none and hearing none, Madam City Clerk, do you have proof of publication that the notices have been given and a complete file of documents?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Are there any written communications on the matter?
No, there are not.
Do any council members wish to have a staff report? Are there any requests to speak for this public hearing?
No, there are not.
Would the city staff like to make any further comments? Do any members of the city council have any questions of staff or wish to make any comments before I close this public hearing? Seeing none, has the city clerk received written protests?
I have received 0 written protest.
Thank you. I now declare this hearing closed, the time being approximately 9:22 p.m. May I have a motion, please, to adopt the resolution number 2021-46 of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, calling an election to submit to the qualified electors the question of levying a special tax within the area proposed to be annexed to Community Facilities District number 2019-1, Maintenance Services Annexation number 8. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay. Ms. City Clerk. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there any further discussion from council? Ms. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
This is commercial property, correct, Shane? Yes.
Councilmember Calvin.
Yep.
I'm sorry, was that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. City Clerk. The resolution that we have just adopted calls for elections within the property to be annexed to CFD 2019-1 to approve such annexation and to authorize the levy of the special tax in accordance with the rate and method of apportionment to provide certain services within such property, which is to be held at this time by the city clerk.
All ballots have been cast in connection with the election for CFD number 2018-1, and the election is now closed. Each of the ballot propositions have been approved by more than 2/3 of the votes cast in the elections for CFD number 2019-1.
Having received the certificate of the city clerk certifying the results of the election, I entertain a motion to approve the resolution number 2021-47 of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, declaring the election's results for Community Facilities District number 2019-1, Maintenance Services Annexation number 8. Is there a motion?
Move it.
Second.
By Charette and Sanchez. Is there any further discussion? All right. Ms. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso. Was that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. City Clerk. I'd now ask for a motion to waive the further reading and introduce by title only ordinance number 1556 of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, amending the ordinance number MC 1522 and levying special taxes to be collected during the fiscal year 2021-2022 to pay the annual costs of the maintenance and servicing of landscaping, lighting, water, quality improvements, graffiti, streets, street sweeping, parks, and trail maintenance, and a reserve fund for capital replacement and administrative expenses with respect to the City of San Bernardino Community Facilities District number 2019-1 Maintenance Services. Would there be a motion by? Motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
Any further discussion? All right, Ms. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Member Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, take a deep breath here, everybody. We're done with that portion. Thank you, staff. That was very entailed. Let's move back to our staff report. This is item number 6. Commercial cannabis business permit forfeiture update. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you. This portion of the meeting will be led by Mike Huntley and I believe Stephanie Sanchez as well. So Mike, take it away.
Thanks, Rob. I'm going to have Stephanie Sanchez provide the update on cannabis. Once we're done, if you have any questions, we'll both answer any questions you might have. So with that, Stephanie.
Thank you, Michael. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tonight, we bring you an update on the commercial cannabis business permit forfeitures. These come as a result of a resolution that was adopted last year for performance deadlines. Just to give you a brief history, Council adopted Resolution 2020-253 in October of last year. The resolution addresses performance deadlines for applicants who had stalled in their progress to move forward and become open and operational. From that point, staff worked to identify applicants that had stalled in their progress and sent them notifications in November notifying them of the potential forfeiture. Staff gave them a 3-month window and a deadline of February 10th of 2021 to perform. In January, staff sent a second round of notifications to those we hadn't heard from yet as a reminder of the potential forfeiture. By the time the deadline approached, staff was able to bring 4 of the 7 identified applicants up to date in their process to move forward. The 3 remaining applicants failed to respond by the deadline, and they were notified that their permit had been forfeited. The applicants were provided appeal information to utilize if they felt they did not belong on the list of forfeitures. As of Monday, which was the appeal deadline, 1 applicant had submitted for an appeal, and staff will move the applicant forward to an appeal hearing. Moving forward from here, once all the vacancies have been identified as a result of the forfeitures, staff would like to look at the option of filling those vacancies from the eligible list of applicants who were not awarded from the first round. Today, there is no action being requested as part of this item and update, but we are here to answer any questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. We'll open it up to questions or comments.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Alexander, sir, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Sanchez. I appreciate it. On the list that you have on packet page number 49, are there anybody like ABUD and Beyond or AMPM, which got scores of 82.89 and 83.11 respectively? Why aren't they on your list?
So in the original process, when applicants were awarded, Abud and Beyond was actually disqualified by council because they were too close to a karate studio. AMPM had actually applied for 2 separate licenses. They were awarded one at that meeting, which is now being forfeited tonight. The other one, they were disqualified for.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Of course.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Charette, go ahead, sir.
And just for clarification, I think I know the answer to this, but we're simply voting tonight to go ahead and based on what we've suggested about the notifying them if they can't perform, that we're voting for them to forfeit or we're taking away their license.
We're not technically, this is receive and file.
Oh,
correct.
I missed that, I guess. It's just a receive and file, so we're not voting on anything tonight?
Correct.
Okay, good. All right, thank you. I thought we were voting to go ahead and approve the forfeiture, but I apologize for that. Thank you.
No problem, sir. Councilman Figueroa, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I don't remember which attachment it was, the 6D, the ranking list. It says we're going to be drawing, or somebody's going to be drawing from the established list of qualified applicants. What does that drawing look like? Is it just going down the list, or what does that look like?
So the idea that staff had in mind was to really just go down the list in the order. So the list that you see there is actually their order of ranking because of their scores. So staff at this point would like to look at the option of just going down the list based on the scores that they originally received.
Okay. And then what of the 3 that were not responsive, what are their categories? Are they, I think if I remember correctly, one of them might be a cultivation or something like that. And it looks like we're going to be replacing a cultivation with the list of the ranking list are all either retail or micro. So how does that actually work out? Are they being added to the 5 retail, 5 micro, or what categories are they being added to?
Sure. So the ones that are being forfeited, there are 2 cultivation and 1 manufacturing. Looking at the list of eligible applicants, we wouldn't be replacing like for like. Unfortunately, we didn't have enough cultivators apply in the original process. So the ones that we do have next in line do fall under the retail category.
That's all for now.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Reynoso.
Mayor Pro Tem you can go ahead. I saw your hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Council Member. I want to thank staff for this list. I know I have been asking for this list, being that we did provide deadlines for each phase. And so I want to thank staff for this report. And my question was for staff on the appeal process. Is that something that we provide to everybody? I don't remember council gave that direction of offering an appeal option to those that are being forfeited. Is that something that just comes automatic before we remove or take the permits?
Yes, as it's outlined in the cannabis ordinance, all applicants have the ability to appeal any final decision that's made by the department head. So in this case, they would have the option to appeal this decision, and it would go to a hearing officer.
And of the ones that did, you said there was only 1 who appealed, correct?
Correct.
Of the ones that got the notice, how much longer will they have to proceed once they get their appeal? If they get it.
It really depends on the determination of the appeal hearing. If the hearing officer upholds the decision by the department, then obviously their license is done. If the hearing officer overturns the determination, then we would work with them to move forward in the process as soon as possible.
Okay, I think that was the only question that's it. Everybody else asked the other questions I have. Thank you.
Councilman Reynoso, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Stephanie. How much did it cost to get on this list?
Going through the application process, each applicant, depending on how many people they had on their applications, it could be anywhere between $8,500 to $10,000.
Okay, and that'll get you on the list. Period. No extra fees after that.
Well, it's not necessarily getting you on the list. It was the cost of going through the application process.
Oh wow. Yeah. So I would imagine. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm biased in this way. I'm African American, Latino. Seen the war on drugs. I'm not a fan of cannabis being anywhere near schools. I saw what cigarettes did with the FDA. Do we have criteria on geographic placement? You mentioned a karate studio canceled. Is there any kind of geographic criteria? What's the relation to schools? How far away does it have to be from a school?
Sure. So in our cannabis ordinance, we do have sensitive use buffers. And any cannabis establishment has to be outside of 600 feet from a sensitive use. So that would encompass schools, youth facilities, things of that nature, but they do have to stay 600 feet away.
600 feet? That's it? Whoa. That's a problem. I feel like it shouldn't be that close at all. I guess I'm really trying to wrap my mind around, we came late, I just got here. And I guess I'll save my comments to myself. My concerns are about equity when it comes to getting on this list. I can't imagine that it was fair or anybody who maybe was potentially criminalized once upon a time had access to this. But I would like, I guess, staff, if you have any advice on how to potentially update the geographic proximity from a school to a dispensary. I don't want kids to be able to even see that on their way to school. It shouldn't be on their way. You get what I'm saying? This is a culture that we're creating here. Does anybody have any advice on that, staff?
That 600 feet, is that a state law or is that a city ordinance? You said the cannabis ordinance. Is that one that we created or one that's created by the state?
Ms. City Attorney, Mr. Reynoso has a question for you.
Yes. So, and I think my answer will address both Councilmember Kelvin and Councilmember Reynoso's question. So, Chapter 5.10 of the Municipal Code was an initiative measure that was proposed and voted on by the voters of the city. So that means that that initiative cannot be amended without going through a subsequent vote of the voters. As part of this process that we've been going through, the staff has been maintaining a list, and we have been maintaining a list of those changes which we believe would be prudent to this ordinance. And when and if we get to that point, we would have to take it back to the voters for approval. And if we do that, that might be the time for you to revisit some of the policy decisions, like how far away should the operations be from the sensitive uses.
Understood. Thank you. And I hope that everybody watching heard that we passed that with a 600-foot barrier. And I think the next step in this conversation is liquor stores, but I'm done.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Kelvin.
So due to the fact that we did come late, could you tell me how many retail, how many micro, and how many manufacturing? Is manufacturing interchangeable for cultivating?
Manufacturing is not interchangeable with cultivation. It is a separate license type. But in our initial process, we awarded 5 retail, we awarded 5 micro business, 4 cultivation, 1 manufacturing, and 1 distribution.
Thank you.
Quick follow.
Yes, Councilman Figueroa.
So when does the clock start ticking on these the new applicants for their use it or lose it? Is it a 90-day from what date?
It is actually for any new applicant coming in, we've adopted guidelines that allow them 1 year to become open and operational. If they don't within that year, they forfeit their license and their refundable bond.
At which time you would just continue to proceed down the list? Is that the procedure of the program?
That is correct.
Okay, final comments, council members. Councilmember Ibarra, go ahead.
Yes, and staff can correct me on this. I believe we also approved additional retail to obtain their permits. Are the other retail after the first 3 that I have on this list on page 49, I believe? Is that the list that we have, the ranking of them? So right now, it seems like we're going to allow those first 3 on that list to obtain a permit and start with their process. And I believe we had to open it up for more retail, correct?
That is correct, yeah.
So will the other retailers be contacted shortly of proceeding, or where are we with that one?
The city attorney.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, you may recall we've had a couple of discussions on how we were going to proceed. So one of the things we wanted to do was to go through this process where we would identify which might forfeit their permits, but we're also involved in litigation. And so we've been in closed session a few times with you to describe what we're doing with that litigation process. So these 2 things we hope will coincide at some point. We will then come to you and we will be able to say with certainty, this is how many additional retail openings we have, and we'll be able to tell you how far down the list we would recommend that you go to open it up for the new applications.
Okay, because I thought I remember that we had opened it up for more than the 5 that were originally that we were approving.
We have. There's like and remember, Stephanie, we have a total of, I want to get this right, 17 now?
17, I think.
That's right. There's a total of 17. So we will be coming back to you and we'll be reporting to you how many of those 17 are available after we finish this process and after we finish discussion on litigation matters, including those that we discussed this evening in closed session.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
That was my last question.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you. This is a receive and file update. Thank you, Stephanie, for your good work, and we appreciate our staff on that. Moving on to item number 7, this is a Carousel Mall developer selection. The recommendation is there before you, and we'll turn it over to our city manager.
Okay, no surprise that we're expecting a robust conversation on this one. The conversation tonight is going to be led by Mike Huntley, and I will probably intercede here and there, but we'll start with Mike, so please.
Thanks, Rob. So, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, as we heard from the Council, or I should say the Public Orals tonight, this is a very important and very passionate issue to people within the community. So with that, as the Council is aware, the Carousel Mall is approximately 43 acres and is located in the heart of the city's downtown. The vast majority of the 43 acres is actually owned by the City of San Bernardino, with the exception of the Harris department store building and the Enterprise building, both of which front onto East Street. The Carousel Mall property has been identified as the main catalyst for growth and development within the downtown, and it's really critical to pick the appropriate development partner to work with the city. The city has made some attempts, I'm sure through the public orals you heard that, to move projects forward. Back in 2008, there was a vision plan that went through the process. They actually approved the vision plan in 2009, but it was really just a vision. There was no implementation tools associated with that action. And then in 2014, City Council gave direction to proceed with doing a letter of interest. That did gain some interest from developers, but after about a 2-year period, that one kind of fell to the wayside too, unfortunately. So in May of 2019, the mayor and the City Council directed staff to proceed with a request for qualifications for the Carousel Mall site. It's really to find developers who are interested, but also identify their qualifications, understand the qualifications of the design professionals, and also identify their financial capability. So on December of 2019, staff presented the finalists. Subsequent to City Council discussion of that, they did identify 3 finalists. That would be SCG America, Renaissance Downtown USA, and ICO Real Estate Group. In April, after we moved forward with the request for proposals part of this, we did receive 2 proposals. Actually, Renaissance Downtown and ICO Real Estate Group partnered up, and then actually SCG America also submitted a proposal to the city. Staff was anticipating bringing this forward earlier during that year to City Council, but if Council remembers, and the public, of course, the pandemic hit, and it was difficult for us to bring the item forward to City Council for their consideration. In October of this past year, we also had a workshop where we did provide an update to City Council and the community. One of the discussions was on the potential demolition of the Carousel Mall. And then in January of this year, we finally got the proposals in front of the City Council, where each of the 2 development teams presented their proposals, not only to City Council, but to the community. And then on February 24th of this year, we had another meeting, and subsequent to City Council's discussion, they had asked us to bring the item before City Council tonight, which is why we're here. And really, at the end of the day, we're to the point where we have the final 2 development entities for consideration by City Council. City Council, seeing both proposals, has been involved with the presentation of those, is aware of the overall Carousel Mall and downtown area. The intent of the item tonight is to allow for discussion with City Council in open forum. We think it's critical. The Carousel Mall is a very important and critical part to the city and the growth and development, and we think it's important for this dialogue to occur in public. Now, staff has provided 3 options tonight. You've heard some of the feedback from the community during the public orals too. The first 2 are really focused on each of the development entities, both dealing with option 1, that would be to select SCG, and then really to direct the city manager to work through an exclusive right to negotiate with them. Then the next one would be to select Renaissance Downtown USA and ICO Real Estate Group, and then again direct the city manager to work through an exclusive right to negotiate. If council does select option 1 or 2, they need to provide direction to staff. Then staff will come back at a subsequent meeting with a resolution to support the motion that council would make tonight. And really the last option would be to potentially end the current process and direct the city manager to master plan the Carousel Mall as part of the downtown specific plan. Staff has listed a variety of reasons why. Those are in front of you tonight for consideration as well. So really, at the end of the day, you have three options that are in front of you. That concludes my presentation. Both Rob and I are available for any questions regarding the process, any of the applicants, or any of the justifications why we think option 3 might be the best. So with that, that concludes staff's presentation. Again, we're here to vet this and discuss it. As I've indicated, and based on the passion of the community that spoke earlier tonight, it's a really important item, and we're here to assist and provide any input we can. So with that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Huntley. I'll get to council members in just a moment. Please be patient. I see your hands. We'll get to you in just a moment. I want to encourage our city council to, we have had a great opportunity to have at the very crosshairs of our downtown, this 45-acre piece of land. This is a phenomenal opportunity for our city to move forward, to progress, and to see something of this magnitude coming before us is certainly a monumental task and an undertaking. I want to encourage city council members to be prepared to discuss solutions. This is a great opportunity to interact with the presentation. We have a 3-page staff report and a voluminous, about 200 to 300 page backup on some of the material that you've already reviewed. So finally, this is, Fred, you and I have both been council members, and I remember this in 2012 through present day. We have had an opportunity really to study and assess. And so the options are before you, option 1, 2, and 3, and we'll open it up to council members for their questions and comments, and then we'll take action forthwith.
I motion to approve option 2, RDICO Realty Group.
Well, I'll second that with a comment.
Okay, council member, thank you. We got a motion and a second. Okay, council member Alexander, sir, go ahead.
Oh, I'll just have a substitute motion to the councilwoman on option number 2. Also create a 3-person ad hoc committee consisting of initially wards 1, 2, and 3, and also create a citizens committee where each ward has a representative, including 2 from the mayor, so it comes at 9 to deal with the CBA and working with the ad hoc committee and the developer. Also hire 1 administrator to work in the public works section so that the level of services do not diminish from the public, and that nothing falls or nothing slips through the cracks of this ginormous project. Also that the CED also get 1 person so that the level of service does not fall through the cracks, and that the level of service does not diminish from the public, and that this be given to the city manager to create a resolution to bring back before this body not later than our next regularly called meeting. That's my substitute motion.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. Councilmember Reynoso, go ahead, sir.
I want to speak directly to constituents right now and say thank you for bearing with us. This is not an easy decision. Obviously, we shared last week a lot of things. I'm not going to lie to you and say I'm comfortable choosing one of the 2, but as a resident of the city growing up here, saw the decay. I was here for the arguments as well, Mr. Mayor, back in the day, and we hear you. And I want to make it very clear that as tainted as this is, I still do believe that we have a good developer on the table with Renaissance Downtown and ICO Realty. Mr. Torkin with ICO Realty, who's been building in this city, isn't that familiar with community benefits agreements. but his partners are. And I want them to be on notice that I'm very aware of how you built a community benefits agreement in New Rochelle, in New York. It was not up to standard. I want you to know that if this was to come, I'm speaking directly to Downtown Renaissance. I'm sure they're watching and tuned in, waiting for this. I want you to know that if you don't come through with a community benefits agreement that ensures local hires, that ensures minority business owners have a place in your development, that career employment is at the forefront of everything that you bring to us, and the most important factor that everybody's been saying is that housing that is built there is affordable. It is affordable. And so I'm asking staff and city manager, as you enter into these negotiations, potentially, should this come to a vote to pass, that you hold them to the fire, make it very clear in the beginning, this community benefits agreement, your council's not playing, the community's not playing, but I also want them to know that I and other council members here, I can't speak for everybody, I'm going to be with you and I'm going to take you around this town and we're going to get a community benefits agreement sourced if you get this contract. But expect to be there every time, night or day, answering calls at any time until this thing is built out. And so those are my only comments. I believe the motion was already seconded earlier. And that's all I got. Thanks,
Thank
Emery.
you, sir. Thank you very much. Councilmember Sanchez, go ahead, sir.
Yes, I may not even get a second here, like my good council member Alexander, but I will make a substitute motion to go with option 3. But with that said, I have a couple questions, mostly just to clarify for the public's benefit some of these what it entails to go with either option 2 or option 3.
Councilman, just so record keeping here.
Yes.
And the substitute motion by Councilman Alexander, I did not hear a support on
There
that.
was no second, so I'm making a substitute motion.
Correct. And is there a second to Councilmember Sanchez? Is that you, Councilman Figueroa?
I'll second it for purposes of just a conversation. I still have questions and things
For
that I want to
discussion
also.
purposes. Okay, all right, cool. Go ahead, Mr. Sanchez, please proceed with your questions.
Yes. If I could get either from our city manager or our esteemed Mr. Mike Huntley, some questions answered as to what entails going through with option 3. Because I hear conversations that the city doesn't have the capacity to play the role of master planner, master developer, and builder. But I'm not sure that is what option 3 entails. Can you walk us through what it is we would be doing? In what capacity would the city be working? And then at what point would this be handed off to for example, a master developer?
Councilmember Sanchez, if I may.
Yes.
If I may. I made a motion. It was second. We should be going to vote.
I think unless we vote to end discussion, I think we're allowed to discuss this issue, right?
Yeah, you please proceed with your question, Mr. Sanchez, and we'll get a
It
response.
was a motion and a second. Are we not supposed to vote?
But we haven't voted to end discussion, and I think that's kind of what we're here for.
It was a motion and a second. Are we not supposed to be going to vote?
No, we don't really
We're not
have to
supposed to be
vote.
going to vote.
We should be discussing.
Please proceed.
And I
Mr.
second
Sanchez.
you. I second you, but we need to open up for discussion.
Yeah, otherwise, council meetings are going to be 20 minutes long. It'll just be a motion, a second, and a vote. But look, I want this is for the community and the residents' benefit. I think there's sometimes a misunderstanding of what this option might be entailing. So can I get an answer from staff? Who's going to be answering my questions?
Well, let me take a crack at it first, and Mike, you pile on at any time. Essentially, what the notion would be is that the city would contract with a consultant to do master planning of the site. It is not.
And what is master planning? When they say master planning, what are you talking about?
Describing and offering options for what types of development would occur on different portions of the site. It's a pretty big site. By the way, important distinction. It's not master developer would take it's like a blocking diagram almost. It describes one area could be, say, for hospitality, one for transit-oriented development, one for mixed-use development. There would be components affordability, which would be sprinkled throughout, so that there would be, it would provide a really diverse array of housing options and business options. A master developer then would follow on for different components of the site.
But we wouldn't be the master developer. We would be the master planner.
All we would do is master plan and sell off the various portions to various developers, especially
All to one developer, or is it once we parse it off? Are we selling to several developers?
I don't think we're bound. We wouldn't be bound to anything. I mean, we could sell the entire site to someone, or we could parcel it off to different developers. Again, so those who specialize in those specific types of development. For example, if we had an area that was dedicated to affordable housing development is a very specialized area of endeavor. And so you need to have people who are experienced in working within that specific realm of getting tax credits, for example. It's, the typical tax credit funded project has 5 or even 6 tiers of financing in it. And most developers candidly are not expert in that area. So that would, if we had an area that was devoted to that specific type of development, then you would be looking for developers who did that kind of work. I mean, a good example right here in San Bernardino is National Core, but there are a lot of others who do that type of work too. So I think, but in essence, I think it would provide the city through a consulting team the ability to more closely match up what would happen, what the future of the Carousel Mall site would and could be, with what the council's expectations are, with what the citizens' expectations are. So, and we would also have, I think, a little bit more control over the timing. I mean, nothing against the teams that proposed, but once we, depending on the terms, of course, in the ENA and then, the follow-on of the exclusive negotiating agreement. I'm sorry, it's an acronym, which is filed by a person's sale agreement and development and disposition agreement. This is a very complex series of agreements. Just negotiating those agreements alone is a protracted process. It's not going to be done quickly. In some respects, and I understand the concerns of the citizens based on a variety of different factors, but certainly there's the potential actually accelerate the process, rather as opposed to having it may slow down just the negotiating process and the vagaries of the market. I mean, if we have a single master developer owning the site and the market changes, are they going to be willing to flex, or are they going to sit on it? And we have past experience with that. Councilman Sanchez, I think you've mentioned that to me more than once, that we went through this process once previously and ended up having to reclaim the site after some litigation. So this would be an effort, an attempt on the part of city staff to prevent a recurrence of that, and provide the city with a considerable amount more control over what would actually happen on the site. But this is not. But please understand, this is not to say this is a simple process. And I think that Councilman Alexander's suggestions with respect to some of this additional staffing in public works and community and economic development have merit. No matter what happens, no matter what selection is made here, there is a considerable amount of work on the staff level that's going to need to be done. So with either direction, and by the way, to be clear, we can work with either one. We're making a recommendation of option 3, but that doesn't mean we can't work with option 2. I mean, it's not a foregone conclusion, and we would look to make a success out of it no matter what. But from our perspective, and with our understanding of the site, of the needs of the city, and some of the concerns of the council, and the interests of the council, we thought this was a viable alternative, at least to be considered. So that's why we put it out there, and open to additional conversation, of course.
So if we were to go with option 2 and select that master developer, they will plan out the layout. But are they going to be building? Are they the contractors that are going to build and then manage those facilities or those properties?
Mike, you want to provide the details on on what their intentions are?
Well, really, I mean, I'm going to jump back a little bit and talk about what the process is going to be. As we've already indicated in the staff report and mentioned before, City Council's given us direction that the downtown specific plan is critical. So as such, we're moving that a little, we're moving that a little bit quicker than the general plan. With that said, it's always been our expectation that the city will work with the selected developer, whoever that would be, working hand in hand for the planning. So, ICO's proposal was a little more generic than the other one, because they understand there's a lot more feedback or a lot more work they need to do. They need to get out to the community, hear what's going on, and really at the end of the day, if you select option 2, they're going to work hand in hand with us and PlaceWorks on coming up with the most viable plan, not only for the Carousel Mall, but they also want to be involved with looking at the greater downtown, because they want a much larger area to be successful and not just Carousel Mall. So it's always been the intent of us working hand in hand as a team as we proceed with master planning the site.
So, I mean, I hear about community benefits and that there'll be certain employees will be employed locally at these shops, these whatever gets built in this downtown area. My concern is that if they're not, I mean, after they master develop it, they'll be selling this to builders. I'm assuming merchant builders. Am I correct?
Correct. So if you
so they will no longer own the property.
Correct. What their proposal was to council, not only written but by their presentation, what they would like to do is be part of the overall community in making the project happen. And they had indicated that to make the project successful, it's just not them coming in and doing development, but they want to open it up so other developers who can do different components, we'll just say like mixed use, ground floor commercial, retail, and residential above, or maybe urban housing. I mean, they want there to be a group of development entities working together to make the plan happen. So.
And then the one last question, if we were to go with option 3, does that preclude us from a community benefits agreement?
No.
Okay, not in any way.
No, and to be clear too, if in the event that we go with option 2 and community benefit agreements are devised to be associated with that, those would go with the land. They would go with the project. They would not go with, it's not something that, Renaissance Downtown and ICO would enter into with us, and then it would, when they sold it, it would go away. I mean, we would ensure as part of the process that the CBA went with the project, with the property, with the project, so that it didn't get diluted or eliminated as a result of the transfer of property. But yeah, typically master developers do what you just said, Councilman. They do the development plan and they parcel things off, and then they sell most of it or all of it. Sometimes they build some of it. It depends. I mean, that's something we would have to, that would be part of the negotiation with them if that's the path we go down. So there's a lot of a long, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but a long voyage of discovery mutually between them and us in this negotiation process.
And the last question I have is financing. So this is something that has killed many beautiful ideas and dreams of projects in our downtown, and that is financing. So if they were to take on this entire project, at least I'm not going to hold you to it. I mean, we're looking at hundreds of millions of dollars. Am I correct?
Yeah.
How are they looking to finance this?
Mike?
Well, what I can do is I can go back to what they shared as part of their presentation. If you remember, I think they had Mr. Cosmont talk to this. Mr. Cosmont, I think there was another gentleman too, they talked about available funding from the federal level that could be used toward building a lot of the infrastructure and other components of the project. So that was part of their proposal.
I would describe their description of the financing plan as evolving.
Yep, that's a good point.
So, I mean, without financing, this project won't get off the ground, regardless of how beautiful the dream may be, right? Do you think it's more viable financially and less risky to financiers if this property is parsed into several pieces?
I would say yes. That doesn't mean
that's all the questions.
That doesn't mean they can't finance it. I mean, it just means that in a more global sort of generic sense, the answer is yes. Not specific to downtown Renaissance or Renaissance downtown.
Yeah, that's it. No, I appreciate everyone kind of answering my questions and listening patiently. That's all I have.
Perfect. Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Reynoso, sir, go ahead.
City Manager, why wouldn't you go to the table and try to negotiate a community benefits agreement?
No, we would, absolutely. That's very clear. I mean, it's very clear that the council's intention here is to do exactly that.
Yeah, my understanding too, Councilman Sanchez and City Manager is a good word to put. Their funding is evolving with the hope for grants. That was my skepticism of them too. But honestly, I see time, if they're entering negotiations with us, that gives people like myself, an organizer first, the opportunity to do all the groundwork needed to acquire everything needed for a community benefits agreement. I don't want the community to understand that as a discouraging factor. See time as your friend. And that's my only last comment. But thank you for documenting that and going to negotiations with the CBA in mind.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Alexander, and then Councilmember Figueroa.
Not to repeat my substitute motion again, but to ask or to say that's why we were trying to have representation from every ward specifically to work on that CBA particular issue and to work with the city and the developer conjointly to work together. And then that's why I asked for the additional personnel in Mike Huntley's shop and then in Chris Jensen's shop so we can move forward and not lose levels of service, because this is a ginormous project, everyone. Level 2 is a ginormous project. And the fact that we don't have enough personnel now to answer calls and return calls. Imagine if we move forward with this project and we don't give the additional personnel now while we have an opportunity. That's all I was suggesting and recommending that we do it that way. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilman. We will move over to Councilman Figueroa, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Field, you mentioned National Core earlier. I used to be a critic of theirs until I toured some of their sites. They do really great work. I've been very impressed with some of the work that they've done. It sounds as though you might have alluded to possibly liquidating the site. I'm not sure I don't want to put words in your mouth, but have we assessed the value of that property at this point?
I'm sorry, in terms of selling the site?
Correct.
We would need to appraise it. The site's afflicted with a lot of different things, and Councilmember Calvin had mentioned that she was concerned because we had brought forth the notion of maybe starting to explore demolition. I think it was appropriate for her to ask us to sort of slow that down just a touch and bring back some sort of an analysis of what the cost would be associated with that. We have not appraised the site, to my knowledge, and that would be a moving target anyway. I think the value actually would go up if we did demolition because the existing buildings are really afflicted with the site. And in fact, it occurs to me that, possibly, potentially, we could even, I hate to introduce more options, but we could even explore just a straight out sale as opposed to going through the machinations that are associated with option 2. So that would always be a possibility too, that we end up just flat out selling the site without too many restrictions, but there's a lot of risk associated with that as well. Truly, part of the reason we think that option 3 would potentially work the best is that we would have to value the site as we sold it off to each of the master developers would pick up various portions of it, and it would have to be sold at the appraised value because the purchasers they'd be required to do that in order for a variety of reasons, but we would require them to buy it for the appraised value. So I hope that kind of answers your question. But the truth of the matter is we don't know the current value of the site of the property. I do think that the existing buildings have a significant negative impact though on value.
And as far as the projects are concerned, it's unfortunate that during the workshop, the majority of the council members really didn't have an opportunity to engage some of the applicants and ask questions. It's especially the first ward council member this project is even in his ward didn't even get an opportunity to ask questions either. I think that shouldn't have been done. We should have taken a little bit more time. It's also, if memory serves correct, I think the direction was to bring back 3 applicants and we only had 2. And so I think that that was kind of a bit of a problem too. But besides the point, I think with both of the proposals, there were some good things, but for me, I think both of them were lacking something really big, something that really says downtown. That's not to take away from the good stuff that they did have. But I think that they were still missing something, that venue thing that brings people downtown. But in any case, there has been much said about the first applicant, the first proposal, as far as pictures and travel and things like that. But what hasn't been said is with the second applicant is that there also has been travel across the country, in fact, with the mayor and council members, myself included. And that applicant had a front row seat to downtown redevelopment conversations. And in fact, that same person donated to the campaign of a sitting council member, but none of that is ever brought up either. And that could potentially, look, if we're going to hold that same standard with one applicant, then that same measuring stick should be used with the other as well. We cannot be saying because we cannot hold that same standard with one, but not hold that same standard with the second. And if it happened with one and it happened with the second, then you can make that connection that if there was influence with one, then there was influence with the other as well. But it is true that the second applicant, the principal, did travel across the country, visiting downtowns, having conversations with the mayor and two council members, myself included, and has donated to the campaign of a sitting council member. So I'm just letting council members know that if we're going to have that standard with one applicant, then share it across the board and be fair with the second one as well.
Thank you, Councilman.
A motion and a second.
Mayor Pro Tem, you're recognized, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just for my new colleagues that are on board, and maybe our staff can clarify, these applicants went through a rigorous, my understanding was a rigorous selection process. Back in, I want to say early or late spring 2019, there was an RFQ, which is the request for qualifications, sent out, and there were some of the applicants who responded to it, and our city staff did the best they could and selected the top 3 applicants and presented them to us. I believe it was in January of 2020, before COVID became prevalent. If we go with option 3, just know that we will have to start from scratch once again, delaying the project. And I don't think it's fair that that we do this, especially with the time that they've been waiting to present to us. On my end, I know the Carousel Mall project is a huge project, and at that meeting, I mentioned how they should all collaborate together, and 2 of those top 3 candidates came together to work together. I've been seeing how they carry themselves in our community, what they proposed. They're open to our suggestions, but I'm concerned with option 3 is going to further delay the development of our downtown when we already have 2 out of the 3 top applicants for the RFQ that our city sent out on the table. So I just want to share those that summary, and maybe our staff can, if they can answer more questions, if anybody has more.
Council members, Charette.
Yeah, thank you. I've sat back waiting and listening to all of this, and as I might remind everybody, I've been here almost 13 years now, and this project's been on the books for more than 13 years. I have a real hard time with a lot of the strings that we're attaching to all this. Now, I understand CBAs, I understand community involvement, I understand a lot of that, but I also know that many times we can get in our own way by trying to cover every single base and get everybody involved and get everybody's intentions. and it's got to pencil out. And with all due respect to the citizens of San Bernardino, this project is being built as an economic engine to this community. And it in itself is a CBA. It in itself is a huge community benefit. It's going to create jobs. It's going to create better living conditions. It's going to create revenue streams through sales tax and through drawing people in. And I understand our need and our want to provide housing for everybody. But again, with all due respect, I would like to see this built for people that we can draw in that have high incomes, that are going to spend their money here and that are going to help us improve our roads through property taxes, through sales taxes, through spending their money here, living and working here, and holding our feet to the fire to increase our quality of life here. So I think we're a little bit short-sighted if we think we're building that just for the 210,000 people that live here. We want to build something that attracts people to come for entertainment. I hope that we'll have a big entertainment component to this. You know, a river walk, and that's not exactly what it is, but for lack of a better term, something where people will come and some shopping and some shops. And the RDICO group did include, I believe, 300 acres. They've gone out and they did expand well beyond the 43 acres of the mall and looked at it. Now, I have some concerns with the funding as well. But I also have concerns with having, and I guess what I'm getting at is, I think I'm losing my thought on the acronym for the exclusive negotiation agreement, the ENA. All that's what's going to happen over hopefully the next 90 days or so.
Yes.
And I'd like to see it come back in 30 days, but I don't think that's realistically. And I then go to 60 days. That's pretty tight as well. So I'd like to suggest in our motion for option 2 that the exclusive negotiation agreement, assuming this passes, that come back within 90 days. And at the very least, come back, I'll just pull something out of the air, 90% done. Say, hey, we're really, really close. We need another couple of weeks to finalize this stuff. But answer all those questions there. The funding and the what they really want to do and what they're really talking about. Now, I know they've got all these grandiose plans and they got everything, but let's put it into the agreement that we can then hold their feet to the fire. And if they come back and they have not, we and they have not negotiated a good agreement, then we're not locked in, and kind of no harm, no foul. We've gone through a process. We pick a developer. We get an agreement together, answering all these questions. And then if we're not satisfied, then again, we've waited 13 years. If we wait another 3 months and it doesn't fly then, so we've wasted another 3 months. What's that compared to 13 or 14 years? The public wants to see something done. And I know, Rob, your intention was to try to do some demolition on a parallel track to show that we're moving. And I think the public tonight, I did the numbers. For those of you of the public that thinks when I go off my screen I'm not paying any attention, well, there were 57 public comments. And of the 57, I believe there were 47 that were specifically directed at the mall development. And of those, 59% went for ICO or NDICO. 30% made a comment about it but had no choice in the options, and 11% said stop and start all over again or go with option 3 and start all over again. So, this is near and dear to my heart as living in this town for longer than any of you here. Age goes with the territory. That goes with age, the territory. But it's very important that we get this right, and I don't want to see us waiting another. And I do think there were some comments. I do think we open this up to some real possible problems by having more developers knocking on our doors and more people coming in to try to get a piece of the pie. I think that's a problem. But I would just say that let's give our staff and the developer 90 days to come up with a good agreement, a solid agreement, and we can tweak that a bit if something's missing or not in there. And let's move on with this project. So with that, I'll call for the question.
Can we make that part of our motion? I mean, if that's going to be it, can we make that part of the motion, a 90-day?
That's okay with me. Tim, are you okay with that motion?
90-day.
That they come back. Yeah, that they come back with the agreement, or at least come back. I want to give it a little wiggle room because everything doesn't happen exactly the way you want it to always. But I think 90 days would be enough time. And if they came back in 90 days and said, we're just that close to finalizing a deal, can we have 2 more weeks? We'd be willing to talk about that.
There's issues with that.
You want to hold them for 90 days? Hold them for 90 days. Okay.
100. I would say 120 days and have the agreement in place. That's 120 days. They need to have the agreement in place because they can go ahead at 90 days and say, we're almost there, and only be 10% done. And then who says that's not almost there?
Again, we're trying to second guess every little piece of this puzzle. We're dealing with professionals, and I hope we're professionals on our side. And we ought to be able to get this done and put a little bit of trust in it. But let's hold their feet to the fire. They're going to be our vendor. They want the job. Let's give it to them, but let's hold their feet to the fire, and that can be done in the agreement as far as I'm concerned. If 90 days is too soon, fine. I'm okay with whatever the council agrees on or whatever Rob feels comfortable with. I think 90 days seems reasonable.
That was not part of my motion. My motion was to approve option 2, RDI Co. Realty Group. You second that motion. Let's go to vote.
I'll make a substitute motion that we go with option 2 and have a signed agreement in 120 days.
90
I will
days.
second that.
120 days to report back.
120 days. We're gonna give them a chance. This is a major project. If after 120 days they can't do it, it is not happening.
How about this, Theodore? How about the words up to 120 days, and maybe a report every 30 days as they go forward.
Now, did the prior staff report mention 12 to 18 months with the ENA? For the ENA?
Yeah, the ENA, we said 18 months.
Too long.
That's fine. Well, that's a big difference in 120 days. So the staff report that's what the staff report said. So that's a big difference. 120 days, 12 to 18 months.
That's my motion.
For 15 years.
And I second it.
15.
I'm sorry, Councilman Reynoso, what are you saying?
I'm saying something that we haven't mentioned, and it's not everybody's favorite talking point, that they propose to build this over 15 years, and you're asking them to come up with it in 120 days.
That can be in the agreement as well, that's not acceptable. 15 years is not acceptable. If they can't live up to that, then they won't sign the agreement.
15 years. They told us, Councilman, they told us 15 years, and he said if it's perfect, if there are no mistakes, if there's no delays, if there's no nothing, it's 15 years.
And that wasn't just for them; it was the other group as well. I think
inaccurate.
10 to 15.
SCG said it was 10 years.
You would know, huh, buddy?
I did.
Well, right now we're voting on an agreement, and we've got up to 120 days. And
I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair.
Backup guys, it was.
I don't think that's fair. That's not fair.
Okay.
I just think that if after 120 days of negotiating, we can't come up with some basic terms, I don't think it's going to happen.
Detailed terms, not more than basic. Yeah, so I second your motion, Theodore.
Okay, so Fred, you retract support.
Yeah, I'll retract.
Wait.
Councilmember Calvin, and now you're supporting Councilmember Sanchez. To clarify, Ms. City Clerk, what is the motion by Councilman Sanchez?
Go with option 2 and have the exclusive negotiation agreement come back within 120 days and update every 30 days.
Is that accurate, Councilman
okay?
Sanchez?
No.
You okay?
No, I think it was a community benefits agreement.
Councilman Sanchez,
No. The agreement with the city at 120 days.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
What are we defining as the agreement? Because, I mean, I will say this.
Well,
I mean, I would love to have
you define it, Rob. You define it. You've got it in the staff report. It says an exclusive negotiating agreement.
Okay.
In 12 to 18 months.
Okay, can we clarify just a couple things? First of all, I mean, I think we can have the framework perhaps done in 90 days. The deal points are sort of the heart of it, but that does not mean these things are incredibly complex, and trying to get them through on a timeline that is that tight is going to be very. But I think we can get deal points together in that kind of time frame. We cannot have a completed agreement that quickly. There are going to be a lot of people who are going to be involved in this. We're going to have to assemble a team. Some of the people on our side of the equation are going to be people we're going to have to go out and hire, and not as staff necessarily, but through consulting agreements, because we don't have the capacity to do it in-house currently. As you know, and we'll be talking about this again in a few minutes, I hope, on with respect to the budget report. But we are not staffed to negotiate this agreement today using our own forces. So we're gonna have to go out and solicit some help.
And how will we include community input on that as well? We have to have community input as well. So 120 days, that's unrealistic, gentlemen.
I just think, as I said, and to your point, Councilman Calvin, I agree, and I think but not so much not just being input. We really need to get the framework of the deal has to be pulled together. These are really, really complicated deals. There's a lot of elements to it that include the financing portion of the deal. We're going to insist on them having a financing plan. It's going to take them some time to arrange that. We're going to have a lot of lawyers. We're going to be a lot of lawyers who are going to be involved in this. I know that BB&K has real estate attorneys who are going to be and other specialists in these areas of endeavor that are going to help. So what I would ask for is we agree that it's not a final ENA or person sale agreement or anything else, that it be a framework, the deal points, the framework of the deal be arranged by then, but we cannot expect to have a signed deal within 120 days.
Okay, then maybe we're missing on some of the semantics, and I get that, and I appreciate that. Theodore, how would you go with basically what you're saying, but change the word from a signed deal to a framework for the deal points up to 120 days?
Or how about 120 days to enter into an ENA, if that's okay?
Well, I'm sorry, Councilwoman. I think it's too quick. That's too quick, because the ENA is a very complete document. It really covers all the bases. So the earlier discussion that you were leading was probably more workable from our perspective. Really, if we could get direction and approval to negotiate the core deal points within 120 days.
Framework, right? A framework.
A framework, yes. But the deal points, the deal points are the heart of it. The nuts and bolts of an ENA are very complicated components of this. There's a lot of, people sometimes, I apologize to the city attorney for this, but sometimes people make fun of attorneys for, worrying about where there's a period or a comma. But that's exactly what will be happening here. There will be extensive negotiations on very specific portions of this ultimate, the ENA, and then there's a couple other agreements that go with it. There's a person sale agreement. There's a development disposition agreement. So, yeah, if we can just get deal points approved within 120 days. And by the way, I do like the notion of bringing it back to closed session. It's real property negotiation, so we bring it back every 30 days and report on it. Absolutely, very appropriate. So that's staff's request. is that we do this on that basis. We have, a steady, and we can map it out.
Right.
We can provide you with, the various milestones that we need to accomplish. But the very first one, hopefully the first 120 days, would be all those deal points be agreed to and brought back to you.
Councilman Sanchez.
Yes, and look, this is my concern, and this is why I want this on a fast timeline, because I really, really want to believe that going with option 2 and picking that one developer, that they're going to be able to handle this whole project. But I can't get away from the idea that we're going to, well, I probably won't be here, but 4, 5 years from now, we'll be talking and, well, it happened again. We couldn't get the financing. We couldn't come to an agreement. It didn't come. I'm just gonna
Councilmember Sanchez, but you're willing to go to option 3 and allowing the city to be a master developer?
We wouldn't be a master developer. That's
a
not
master
what
planner.
option 3 is.
A master planner. All of the same issues that City Manager Rob just discussed, and how much time and staffing that it's going to take for us hiring a developer, going into contracts with a developer. What kind of time do you think it's going to take for the city to be the master planner with the staffing situations that we have currently? Come on.
Well, we have a master planner under contract.
The staff report said 12 to 18 months. But now we're going to take this developer into 120 days. You must show me that is not. I think that what you're trying to set up then is for their failure.
Okay, so may I finish?
Sure.
All right. So I want to believe that they'll be able to handle it. But
Then give them the opportunity. Then give them the opportunity. Then give them the opportunity. The motion's on the floor. It has been seconded. I'm willing to amend, but not to 120 days. That's unrealistic when our staff report said 12 to 18 months for the E&A. So now we're going to say that wasn't truth. It wasn't feasible. It was too much time. Come on, give them the opportunity. Do not do that. When you're talking about the interest of the people and what the people have been waiting for, what the people of this city have been waiting for, and then you're going to then comprise that all down to 120 days.
Okay, Ms. Calvin, let the councilman finish his statements. Go ahead, Mr. Sanchez.
Yeah, look, I want this to be successful, and I don't want 5 years from now said, well, again, it was too big a project for one developer to handle. We couldn't get the financing. We couldn't come to an agreement, and so that's why parsing it out I thought was a less risky option. But the thing is, if we are going to pursue this option 2, I want to make sure that we know really early on whether this is really going to be feasible or not. I don't want 5 years from now and, after I'm gone, at home reading the newspaper 5 years later and nothing's happened with the Carousel Mall. And so I want to know really early on whether this is going to pan out or not.
I hear you. I understand. I agree. So I think that even still, if you're talking about 12 to 18 months, then at least you could say 6 months. At least with developments being brought back, with reports being brought back, at least you could say 6 months.
120 days is 6 months. But can I speak?
120 days is 4 months, Fred.
Go
ahead, Fred. Yeah, go ahead.
Right. I apologize. My question is, I think it's semantics here, and 12 to 18 months, I think we were talking about getting a complete deal done and ready to go. And now I think we're changing.
No, I think that was just E&A. Am I right, Mr. Huntley?
I'm sorry, Ms. Calvin, let's allow the councilman to finish his statements and questions. Go ahead, Mr. Charette.
And now I think we're changing the wording slightly to where it's a framework of the deal points in 120 days, which I think will be acceptable to the developer as well. But I don't know that. But I think it will for the framework that we're not locked into. And as we get updates as we go along and we get to that 120-day period, we can make an adjustment at that time. But let's keep it on kind of track, and let's put some tight deadlines on it, with a caveat that reasonable people can agree that we're close, and we just didn't make the 120, but we're going to go 140, or we're going to go 160. This is so important, and I think we should just be really looking at it as trying to move it as fast as we can, but giving a little bit of flexibility on some of these deadlines. If we're going to be so specific, then I want staff to say, is it 12 or is it 18 months? Which is it, 12 or 18? I want it exact. I don't think we can do that, and I think we've heard our city manager agree that 120 days would be a reasonable number of days for the deal points, for the framework, and then an update from there. So, this is going to take a long time, and I think the 15 years that they're talking about, I think they're talking about the entire build out of the downtown, including the other. I think they were talking about 300 acres overall. I don't think it would take, if you knock down the mall and you put up housing there, that's not going to take 15 years. But that's not what we want there. We want it to be more inclusive, and that's going to come with the specific plan that we've got hired. And this developer should be working with the specific plan that's being put on down there. They should be, and we should be at the table. And the place, I guess it's PlaceWorks is doing that specific plan, right?
Yes, right.
For the downtown. They're gonna have an advisory committee that's supporting them and giving them ideas. And we should be at the table, and they should be at the table, and the developer should be at the table. And this is a process that's going to go on for a while for a very, very large project.
Okay.
But it's critical that it puts us on the map as a really solid community that's upscale, not mediocre, not low scale, not downscale, not poor, which we are, but let's try to get out of that image.
No, I agree. I understand that. I agree.
Okay.
So what about 6 months? I will amend it that 6 months we'll have the deal work, the framework.
Wait, hold on. I am so lost, folks.
I'm okay with that then.
Okay, all right. So that's what I would like to amend my motion in. I'd like to motion approve option 2, RDICO Realty Group, and that RDICO Realty Group will have the deal points, the framework completed within 6 months.
City Clerk, point of order. Council members, please let me attempt to manage all this. Ms. City Clerk, we had a substitute motion by Councilman Sanchez.
I'm retracting my second on that.
All right. So now we have a new motion by Councilmember Calvin.
And seconded by me.
Okay, Ms. City Clerk, do you have the motion down? Let's repeat it, please, for the public.
Councilmember Calvin's new motion
Yeah.
to go with option 2 and have the deal points of the E&A to be arranged within 6 months.
I'll second.
No, I'm sorry. Councilmember Charette, is that accurate, Ms. Calvin? Is that correct?
The only word that I maybe argue with is framework. Deal point framework.
Is there agreement, Councilmember Calvin? I see you're nodding your head. Councilman Charette, you're supportive of that motion?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Now we have a motion. And any further discussion on this? Are we clear on what we're voting on? No more discussion?
Aviva? Madam City Clerk, we good?
Yes, I understood the motion, ma'am.
Is there any further discussion?
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see anything. Let's call the roll, please, on that motion.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa. What was that? Councilmember? No?
No.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 6-1 with Councilmember Figueroa voting in opposition.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to item number 8. This is a SCAG General Assembly delegate. And the alternate, we'll open it up to council members. Councilmember Sanchez.
I nominate Councilmember Damon Alexander.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. And let's call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez,
I'm sorry. Are we choosing the alternate at the same time?
We're on number 8, Councilmember.
it calls for an
Point of clarity. I had someone actually just text me. If I can, Mayor, please.
Yes, go ahead, Councilman
And
Charette.
I hate to, did that, back to that other motion, did that include 30 updates every 30 days? I mean, I think, Kim, you wanted that, right? But I don't know if it got into the motion.
that was not included in her motion.
But it was.
Okay, then I move to reconsider that.
No, but it was. So can we reword?
All right,
make
there's a
another
motion to reconsider. Councilman Charette was a motion to reconsider. Is there a second to reconsider?
I have a solution here. Mr. City Manager, can you do this administratively? I think you know what the council wants. Can you do this without council action?
It's very
30
clear.
days?
It's very clear. And
What do you mean without council action? What do you mean without council action?
Sorry.
What do you mean without council action? No, we've already gone to vote. What do you mean by council action?
All right, let's not become what we disparage. All right, all I'm saying is that the 30 days, the updates every 30 days, that can be done that can be done by the city manager without council direction.
Yes.
If he agrees to it right now, I mean, he can agree to it right now. Will you give us an update every 30 days?
At least every 30 days, maybe more frequently than that.
I'm okay with that.
All right, then are we good?
All right, very good. Let's move on to number 8.
This
There's
is-
a motion.
Madam City Clerk, so you still have the motion? I
I'm
just want
sorry,
to
Miss Calvin, you're out of order, ma'am. You'll need to address the chair and be recognized before.
Mr. Mayor, could you please make sure that the city clerk's motion understood my motion correctly, please?
Miss
Just
Calvin,
repeat it, please.
Miss Calvin, I'm going to warn you one more time. Please stop interrupting this meeting.
Can she repeat the motion? There's been a lot of confusion here.
Miss Calvin, please continue to use the process, please, to be recognized. Thank you. Moving on to
Mayor,
Miss Calvin, go
point
ahead.
of order. We're trying to clarify something here. Could
State
you
your point of
please-
order, ma'am. State your point of order.
Mayor, can you please have the city clerk repeat my motion so that Councilman Charette and I are clear on what it is that she is recording?
Okay. There's been a motion to nominate Damon Alexander.
No, sir. My motion on item 7. Can you please have the city clerk repeat the motion? There's been some confusion.
Miss
And I
Calvin,
think-
we're moving on, ma'am. We've already taken a vote.
Excuse me.
I apologize. I added to the confusion, but I do think that in order to do that, it needs to be brought back for reconsideration. And I think I think
Charette, would you like to make that motion?
I did, but then
Okay, is there a
Theodore-
second? Councilmember
Theodore-
Calvin, would you like to reconsider that?
Can you please repeat the motion?
No, the motion is to reconsider item number 7.
What do you mean to reconsider item number 7?
Well, if you'll just give me a second, you'll learn on this. Honestly, we have to do that. It's a procedural thing.
Okay, somebody please reconsider the motion. There's a motion by Charette. Is there a second to reconsider?
No, there's no motion by
Miss Calvin, stop interrupting. You're interrupting this.
There's no
meeting.
motion by Councilman Charette.
Stop.
I like to repeat my motion then. I like to amend the
You need to be
motion.
recognized
And my
through the
motion.
chair, Miss Calvin, stop interrupting.
Oh my
the meeting.
goodness.
Stop it.
Oh my
You're
goodness.
disruptive and it's getting annoying.
Whew.
So is there a motion to reconsider Mr. Charette's motion to reconsider? No. Seeing
Move
none,
on.
let's
Move on.
This is item number 8, council members. This is the SCAG General Assembly delegate. There's a motion by Councilman Sanchez to appoint Councilman Alexander as the delegate. We also need to entertain an alternate. We'll open it up for the motion for an alternate as well. Is there any motion?
All right, let's get to it. Fred, Councilmember Charette, as our most senior council member, would you like to be the alternate? I nominate you.
I'll do it.
Okay, great. There's a motion and is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Motion for Alexander to be the primary delegate with the alternate by Councilman Charette. And Ms. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
You won't need an alternate with such a stellar primary candidate of Mr. Alexander. So, but yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much, Ms. City Clerk. Moving on to item number 9. This is the fiscal year 2021 mid-year budget report. You have the recommendation before you, and we have staff available. Is there a motion to approve? Mr. Alexander?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I move that we receive and adopt the budget, the mid-year budget, with the amendments of the following on packet page 335. We said at our last meeting that the $82,000 would be withdrawn from the PD, and the deputy director for Public Works. Today is National Employee Appreciation Day, and I don't know if I have the authority, but I would like that deputy director to be an internal hire. If we say we appreciate our employees, let's put our money where our mouth is. We talk about it all the time. Let's make it internal. I don't know if I can do that or not, so somebody's going to have to tell me if I can or not. But that's my motion.
I'll second that. If it's
Okay,
legal.
there's a second by Councilman Reynoso. And discussion. Councilman Charette, sir, go ahead.
My only comment there is your employees are our greatest asset. But when we start dictating that we hire someone for a reason just because they're here, I certainly think they should apply. I certainly think they should be given consideration if they're internal. But I have a hard time limiting that, because if there's somebody from the outside that is higher qualifications, we've got to go for the best people. And that is no disparagement to the current employees. Anybody that is already working here and wants to apply for it, I think should be able to. And if they're qualified, should get the job. But other than that, I wouldn't direct or dictate that somebody hire somebody for that kind of a reason.
Again, I say internally if we can, because you have to put your money where your mouth is. And if we don't show that we value our employees over other employees outside of our system, then we've been hiring all our people from the outside for a while now. And if we don't show our employees what's best by hiring internally, companies and public agencies where I came from always hire, not always, but the majority of the time hire from inside, because they already know the mechanisms. The learning curve is taken down, is shortened, because we hire somebody from within inside. Why are we hiring somebody from the outside all the time? All the time.
I hope not. I hope that's not the case. I hope that's not all the time. I hope that's not all the case.
Okay, like I said, let's get a
the motion still stands. It has a second.
Thank you. Council members, let's hear from our city attorney. She's had her hand raised. Miss City Attorney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and council members. I think I absolutely understand Councilmember Alexander's motion. I think he's saying something of support, and he's making a statement in support of the employees. But I do need to remind the council that Section 401 of the city charter says that the city manager is the sole authority for managing city operations and appointing and directing city staff. The city manager shall appoint, suspend, or remove all city employees. So I think the motion might be better placed to say that we are encouraging the city manager to make these types of decisions, but clearly the city council does not have the legal authority under the charter to mandate this requirement.
Okay, then I amend my motion to encourage the city manager to make this an internal hire.
And encourage a little diversity if you're amenable, council member.
Accept that too, Councilmember Reynoso.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you, council members. Councilmember Sanchez, you had your hand up, sir?
No, I think the our city attorney addressed it. Just want to make sure, Mr. City Manager, are you encouraged?
I'm encouraged.
All right, then I think we have a vote.
We would do it. We would be doing that regardless. So that's not.
Let that become a standing policy from here on out. I'll be keeping an eye out every time there's an open position. Let's look internally first. We have plenty of qualified people. Let's give them a chance first if it's plausible.
Mayor Pro
across
Tem.
the departments.
Thank you, Councilman. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Just questions for our staff, Ms. City Clerk. On page 328, can you that was the 180,000 for election costs that was confirmed, correct, by the ROE?
They have not sent the final invoice.
Okay, because we were waiting on that confirmation before approving this amount. I recall from the last meeting.
That is.
And then for admin assistant, how many admin assistants do you have currently? I thought you already had one. Is she not there, or you're making one specific for passport services?
Do you mean office assistant?
I saw admin assistant, and it's on page 328 for passport services.
We currently have one part-time office assistant, which I'm requesting to convert it into a full-time office assistant position.
Okay. And then 329, I'm sorry, I can't approve a deputy city clerk at this time. Mr. City Manager, you were asking for a PIO. Last meeting I've said, unfortunately, you have a lot of executive and other administrative assistants that are taking phone calls on your behalf. I have, like I mentioned, there is a concern from community members that it's really hard to get a hold of you. And part of your job description was to be available to the community as our city manager. By you adding a PIO to your staffing, you're adding an additional layer for our community to make contact with you. So that's
Mayor Pro Tem. The PIO was my recommendation was that he not get the PIO, and they complied with that.
Can I just for 1 second, please? We do have a staff on this that recites all the changes that were agreed to following, as a part of the last discussion. Could we go through that quickly? Because I think it'll answer a lot of these questions. So if you can have Barbara Whitehorn, please make that have the discussion. I will say this, Mayor Pro Tem. I'd appreciate having a discussion with you on the subject that you just raised on a personal level. It's an important consideration, but I also need to explain to you what our staffing levels are in the city manager's office. There are some disconnects with the way our budget is arranged, which make it look as though the city manager's office has a lot of staff. The city manager's office has almost no staff. So, matter of fact, you've got half of us here on the meeting tonight, Rebecca, Kramer, and myself. So we'll have a discussion on that. So if it's okay, we can have the new finance director go ahead and make the
yes. Ms. Whitehorn, please proceed with the update.
Great, thank you, Mayor. So Mayor and council members, if Mitch can pull up the PowerPoint, then we can go through the items. There were 10 items that were pulled out of the report during the meeting, and then one after the meeting at the last council meeting. So I'm going to go through each of those, and what staff is looking for is really just clarity on each of these items to make sure that we've identified what you wanted us to do instead of the alternative that was presented. So just so that we have clarity with that when you vote tonight and we know exactly what's been approved. So Mitch, if you can go forward with the next slide. Okay, so we'll just go over the revisited items, then you can have time to discuss. Go ahead. The first item was the election costs. We are happy to pull this out and wait. I did want to point out that by approving the 180, that's not
that's not saying we're going to give $180,000 to the county. That's basically giving us a this far and no farther amount. So it is just basically saying this is money you can spend on this depending on how much the bill is. Obviously, it's up to you all if you want to do that now or when we have the bill.
Okay, so this presentation you're providing to us was not on the Friday agenda packet that was posted online then, right? It looks different than what I have. I know I got some updates, but I didn't have time to go through them. Is that correct?
This should have been what was attached to the council packet, because I think this is what was in Minute Tracks.
Yes, there was an update done. I don't remember if it was over the weekend or on Monday. The agenda I have is from Friday. And I'm trying to find that presentation here, and there's some changes. It's not the one I have here on the packet.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I haven't updated this since last week, so I'm not sure what might have happened.
I believe
I apologize.
336.
I'm on page 377 right now.
Yeah, I believe the presentation is starting on 336, at least in version I have.
Councilmember Ibarra, the prior staff report was also included as a attachment in the presentation that was presented on the 17th of February, so that you had that in your backup. But today's presentation is also included in your backup material.
Okay, I missed it. Okay, so the changes were, if they were updated, then I'm okay then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad to hear I did not mess it up.
The only one. I'm sorry.
Oh no, really? Okay, I'm just glad I didn't mess it up. So moving on, that was item number 1. Number 2 was the office assistant in the city clerk's office, which would restore the passport services. And this was just for your consideration. There was no alternative presented. Going on to the next. The deputy city clerk in the office. This would be a position dedicated more specifically for complex things like coordinating the redistricting process, some of the things that we don't have staff capacity to handle right now. Again, for your consideration, there was no alternative recommended at the last meeting. Go ahead, Mitch. The 4th was the public information officer, PIO, in the manager's office. The council alternative presented was an administrative analyst 1 in the city manager's office. So we would just want clarity on which of those council would want to support. Go ahead, Mitch. Item number 5 was temporary part-time budget office assistants. We were hiring 2 interns is the plan. There was a council alternative for an administrative analyst 1, which is a budgeting analyst in the finance department. You can choose either or both of these. I am very wed to wanting the interns. I think they will help tremendously with the budget process. And the only issue I would have with hiring the budget analyst this fiscal year, I mean, I would love to. And I don't want to say we don't need it. The only issue is that it does take probably 60 days to hire that level of financial professional because they are fairly hard to find. And that's 60 kind of critical days during the budget process. All right, go ahead, Mitch. Item number 6 was the relocation of human resources, general government department. That's the lease of the 8th floor in Banner Tower. This would address space needs and HR privacy concerns. And as counterintuitive as it does seem to say we're going to move back where we just left, it makes more sense financially for the city because that space is ready. There's nothing we have to do. It has all of our technology needs are already met in this building. Whereas if we have to move somewhere else, even if it's a place that the city already owns, we have upfit costs. We have to
run our technology there, which I don't know all that stuff. I just know it's expensive to do.
So the library is not connected to any of the city internet, or
I'm sorry?
the library is not connected at all with City Hall?
It's not on the same, I don't believe it's on the same stuff, but Mitch would have to answer exactly how that all works. I know that the capacity at City Hall.
The library has space. We're not utilizing it. Because I'm not comfortable with us going back to the 8th floor. I mentioned that at the last meeting. And we have buildings that are available. I'm just, if Mitch wants to respond to my question, then.
Okay, currently we do have a network connection to the library. And matter of fact, we're updating their phone system. And so they are connected. They have their own connection to the internet for public use, but they do have a separate phone line that goes through the phone network to come to us.
Okay, yeah, that's what I would have wanted our staff to look into. Ms. Whitehorn, can we revisit this one once we look into the library spacing for our HR, since they have privacy concerns?
Can I add something, please? There's another consideration, which is tenant improvements. The libraries are not equipped for staff to sit in. We would have to do extensive construction in order to accommodate staff. So it would both delay the move and make the move more expensive. Tenant improvements are very expensive to construct.
And how many staff are in HR right now?
Oh, I think it's 14 or so. I'm not sure exactly. We'd have to ask.
13, and they're all moving together into the 8th floor. I mean, that's more than what we would all move.
Is the mayor there? Point of order, Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Surratt, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Is this presentation being given just to Sandra? Because she's addressing it all page by page and having open discussion or not open discussion. And I just think that I'd like to see us go through the presentation and then ask some questions. I also, and if we're going to talk about each page, I think each page is crazy. I think we're being penny wise and pound foolish, and that and 7 council members are trying to micromanage how we operate this company. And I think it's outrageous, frankly. I'm all in support of going back a week ago or 2 weeks ago and approving the $4.6 million that they asked for then. We had, I've been here for 13 years, and I've been cutting, laying off, cutting. And now we seem to show some improved revenues and some improved things, and we're still just being penny wise and pound foolish. We need to consider our employees. We need to consider our staffers and our directors and understand and give them a little trust that they know what they're doing and that they're asking for this stuff and they're not doing it frivolously. And it's just driving me crazy. It's just driving me crazy that we're micromanaging these departments. And I was going to say that probably later, but this is craziness. This is absolutely crazy.
Fred, if I may, last year we made the move from the 8th floor.
I don't care if we made the move last year. We made a mistake, maybe. Maybe we made a mistake, and maybe now it makes more sense to go back. We make mistakes from time to time, and we ought to step up and say, that was the wrong thing to do, and now we're going to rectify it and go back and fix it. But you can't just say we decided something, and whether it's right or wrong, you live with it. This is ridiculous what we're going through. Absolutely ridiculous, the micromanagement that this council is doing with our staff and our directors and the people that are trained and given direction to run this city. And it's just I'm fed up with it. It's just ridiculous. This penny wise, pound foolish micromanagement.
Thank you.
I don't think it is. I don't think it is
micromanaging. Councilmember Barra.
I don't think. Okay, I have the floor, Mayor. I have the floor.
Let's do this, Councilmember. Can we go through the slides? Ms. Whitehorn's trying to present the slides. We'll get to your questions, ma'am. We're not trying to shut you down.
No, I understand, Mayor, but it just sounds to me, it seems to me that staff didn't want to look into other possibilities. They want to go to the 8th floor in the Vanier Tower. We try to make that cut in that lease, and we're back to square one again. And then I hope that come June or July or May or June, and we review the budget, and then we're told that Some of the CIP can't be done because there's no funding. Why? Because we're going back to where we made cuts originally. That is my concern. And it's not penny wise and, you're saying, Fred, it's just, we're trying to be smart. And if we have the space as a city, we should look into those locations as well.
Thank you, Councilmember. Ms. Whitehorn, let's please proceed with the update. We'll hold our questions and comments, please. Ms. Whitehorn, please proceed with the staff report.
Okay, thank you. So that was item number 6. Item number 7, go ahead, Mitch. Oh, sorry, we're back on number 5. All right. Number 7 was the Deputy Director, City Planner for Community and Economic Development. And item 7A, which is the council alternative, was to hire 2 other staff members. The staff recommendation was that those 2 would be a senior planner and planning aide, both of which would be in a position to answer the more complex customer questions that come in. Right now, we have customer service representatives that can answer phones, but they can't necessarily answer those more complicated questions that a senior planner and a planning aide could address. And so the goal there would be to improve responsiveness to customer requests. Okay, moving on to number 8. Number 8 was the internet upgrade. And I want to apologize for this, I was not clear in my last report to you all about what exactly we were trying to do. And I think I made Mitch absolutely crazy trying to get him to explain exactly what we were trying to do with this upgrade. While the upgrade is in the police department, it is in the police department because they have an existing 500 megabyte connection that can be upgraded for $2,000 this year and an ongoing cost of $3,000. We are out of capacity in the City Hall connection, which right now also all the police use that same connection. If we take them off of the City Hall connection, then that opens up capacity for City Hall that otherwise would cost significantly more than the ongoing $3,000 to make this upgrade at the police department. So it's actually an upgrade for City Hall's internet and for the main internet for the city, not for the police. We framed that in a way that made it seem different than the reality of what we were trying to do. So I apologize for that from last time. Hopefully I've explained it better now. I didn't get technical because I have no clue about technical stuff that Mitch does. So item number 9. Number 9 was the recruiting from the police department. We know that council wanted to make changes to this. We didn't know what your alternatives would be if you wanted to keep some of the funding and not all of it, or if you wanted to pull it out completely. So this one's for discussion as well. And item number 10 was the traffic engineering associate in public works. The recommendation from council was to instead hire 2 maintenance workers, and staff's recommendation on that would be a maintenance worker 2 and a maintenance worker 3, who have just a little bit more experience and would have the skills to operate some of the equipment and have a greater benefit to the city. And I believe that is all of them. And then here's the list if we want to leave. Well, you all have this in your packets. We probably don't need to leave it up, but it just summarizes it so that it's hopefully easier to make decisions.
Okay,
so that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll open it up for final comments. Do we have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I move that we receive and adopt the mid-year report with an amendment of the $82,000 from the police department recruitment and the deputy. Oh, never mind. And that's it.
Okay. And there's a second by Councilman Reynoso.
I'll make a substitute motion to go with the staff recommendation.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right.
Yes, second.
Yeah, we'll vote on the.
Now we have a third.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We'll vote on the substitute motion by Sanchez and Figueroa. Ms. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
No.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
No.
Councilmember Calvin,
No.
Councilmember Alexander.
Nay.
Okay, the motion fails.
Okay, the motion fails. Councilmember Alexander, your motion. We'll proceed and vote on that. Ms. City Clerk, call the roll on Councilmember Alexander's motion, please.
Councilmember Alexander, if you don't mind, I'd like to repeat your motion just to make sure that I have the correct. Motion to approve the budget with the following amendments: to remove the $82,000 on page 335 from PD, encouraging the city manager to make it internal hire and include diversity for the deputy director for public works.
To receive and adopt.
To receive and adopt. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Right. So.
And what's happening with that 80-some thousand dollars? Just pulling it?
Yes, we can put it to public works to cut some trees, lay down some potholes. We can do a whole bunch of things. Councilman Sanchez, what would you like to do with it?
I'd like for that to be brought back to us with several options, including the original staff recommendation. Because then otherwise that money's just going to sit there, and taxpayers are expecting that if we're going to be taking the money out of their pocket, that money's being reinvested in the community. So if you would be amenable to making them to adding an amendment to your motion, that $83,000 be brought back at the first meeting in April to discuss options, including the option, the original staff recommendation. Let's go ahead, and we have that money now. Let's go ahead and spend it where it needs to be spent, and that can be up for a robust discussion. I think first meeting in April. Would you be amenable to that?
Sure. I don't have any issues with that. Councilman Charette?
Well, who was the second on your motion, Councilmember Alexander?
I'll retract my second. I'm not comfortable with PD getting. I see some ads from the police department all the time. For that to even be considered, it's a waste. I literally see on Nextdoor, like, more than my constituents posts, I see police department posts. They have the money they need. $82,000. We'll figure it out.
So you're retracting your second. Is there a second to the amenable motion by Councilmember Alexander? Councilman Sanchez? Ms. City Clerk, do you have that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so there'll be a report back for the $83,000 on April 7th. If you please call the roll. I'm sorry, Councilmember, go ahead.
I'm just saying that it doesn't have to go to the PD. We decide where it goes, go back to the general
and
fund.
that's why we're discussing it on April 7th.
Okay, all right.
I'm willing. Never mind. Go ahead. Let's call the vote. City Clerk, please call the roll on the Councilmember Alexander Sanchez motion, and if you call the roll, please.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra?
No.
Councilmember Figueroa?
No.
Councilmember Charette?
No.
Councilmember Reynoso?
No.
Councilmember Calvin? Councilmember Calvin? Ma'am, you're muted.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Could you do me a favor, please, and repeat that motion?
Motion to receive and adopt the budget with the following amendments: to remove the $82,000 on page 335 from PD, bring it back at the first meeting in April with the original staff recommendation, and encourage the city manager to make it an internal hire and include diversity for the deputy director for public works.
Point of order. I believe that actually, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't it to bring back the $83,000 with several options, also to include the staff's recommendation, but also other options on how that $82,000 can be spent? Maybe I didn't make myself clear. Did anyone else understand it that way? Because that's what I meant.
Well, you might have enough money to cut 7 trees in our city, cut one in each of 7 wards.
All right, we're on a roll call vote, folks. Ms. Calvin, cast your vote.
Penny.
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander,
Aye.
motion fails.
So can we go back to the original motion, please? I move that we receive and adopt the mid-year report and removing the $82,000 period. I mean, no, with Councilman Reynoso's, that we encourage the city manager to hire within with the necessary diversity.
I'm willing to second that if it comes back without the original recommendation to go to PD. I want whole new options. If you're willing to amend it to that, I can support that.
We might have to have the city
Can I bring
attorney
something up?
vote ready.
Mr.
I can
City
do that.
Manager, please, Mr. City Manager, go ahead.
When we're talking about $82,000, folks, we can put it back into the budget, carry it forward, and we'll budget it as part of the 21-22 fiscal year. Instead, we don't have to allocate the money now at all. So we'll just build it into next year's budget if that's okay.
Great.
I'll second Councilman Alexander's last motion.
Okay, Ms. City Clerk, are you clear on the motion? Would you please repeat it? And then we'll do a straight up roll call here.
To receive and adopt the budget with the following amendments: to remove the $82,000 from PD and encourage the city manager to make an internal hire and include diversity for the deputy director for public works.
Correct.
Okay, Ms. City Clerk, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Sanchez? You're muted, sir.
Come back to me. I'm trying to figure out if this is what we should be doing.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra?
No.
Councilmember Figueroa?
No.
Councilmember Charette?
No.
Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Councilmember Sanchez?
No.
Okay, motion fails.
Move the original motion.
Second.
Okay, all right. Let's try it. It's maybe third time's a charm. Call the roll. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra?
No.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso?
No.
Councilmember Calvin?
No.
Councilmember Alexander?
Nay.
Move to
Motion
proceed to the next
fails.
item.
I'll second that.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Motion to move to the next item.
What's
So
the-
wait, is none of the budget getting
Point
approved?
of order, please, please. Council members. City Clerk, what was the report out on that last vote?
Councilmember Sanchez, Figueroa, and Charette voted in favor. Councilmembers Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra, Councilmember Reynoso, Calvin, and Alexander voted in opposition. So it's 3.
So can I make a point?
Yes, City Manager.
You're putting staff in a box that we cannot get out of.
I made the point.
We can't hire anyone as a result of this. We're frozen. I mean, we can't do any of the stuff for our constituents that we've been intending to do. So from a staff perspective, we're asking to please reconsider and get to a point where we can make a decision so we can start that process. We are drowning in work and we are unable.
I'll make a motion that we go back to 2 weeks ago's 4.6 million and approve it as it was presented at that meeting.
It doesn't give the people any help, Councilman Charette. The whole point was stop being top heavy and give the people help to
That's
get
your
people, to
opinion.
get maintenance
That's your
workers
opinion.
on the street.
That's your
Can I
opinion.
finish my statement, sir?
That's your opinion, and I don't think it's qualified.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. But the point is, stop being top heavy. Give the people response times, maintenance workers, people to answer the phones, so they don't have any unconscionable times of 2 and 3 week return phone calls and emails. That is the whole point, to help the public, And if you're not about that, then okay, I can understand that.
I'm not against
I can
doing
understand
that.
that.
You know
That's the
that.
whole-
I'm not against
Council members,
I'm against
please,
micromanaging our
council members,
staff. That's
council
what I'm-
members. We've delayed this already twice, we're now, I mean, the staff, we need to remember our staff. This is very simple. They need the tools. We're fiscally sound. We have a healthy report card by Ms. Whitehorn. We've been presented this now three iterations since November. We got a Q1 report. We're doing healthy. Let's make some good decisions tonight here, folks. We got to equip our staff members to do their job so that they can roll out the services to our community.
We're starving the city. We really are. We're starving the city.
We
Well,
are.
so to Councilman Alexander's point, when will we then begin to hire the folks who have to do the type of work that the city is asking us to do? So when do we begin to hire those? Because hiring folks at $176,000 a year, and those are not the ones who are managing street code enforcement, all of those type of things, then when will we get those?
We do that typically around May or June when we start the budget workshop for the next fiscal year. Right now, we're just voting on, hey, the integrity, the sanity of our fiscal house. It's in order. We got a report.
No,
And
I understand I understand what you're saying, but to Councilman Alexander's point and to the community's point, when will we be hiring folks that are outside actually doing the work? I understand that you need what's needed inside as well, but I think that Councilman Alexander is making a grave point here, and you must address it as well.
Okay, Councilmember Sanchez, go ahead, sir.
So some of you guys may not know this, but I was an intern for the city manager's office about 10 years ago, 11 years ago now. And when I was an intern there were 12 people in the city manager's office.
We had interns?
What was that?
We had interns?
I was an intern.
We had interns.
All right, here, I'm just gonna finish. So when I was an intern 11 years ago in the city manager's office, there were 12 staffers who worked in the city manager's office. We are down to 2. The city manager and the assistant city manager. We have starved the city long enough to push off bankruptcy, but a lot of these departments are working on skeleton crews. They exist almost only in name. And we have for the first time in really many years, the opportunity to start to bring people back in so they can do the work of every 2 weeks writing 1,000-page agenda for the city. 1,000 pages. They write it. They don't read it. They have to write it every 2 weeks, and we're starving the city. Look, now the city police is going to have to carry the burden of some of our whims. But I, at this time, will reconsider my vote on. There were so many motions, I'm losing track of them. But the motion that included cutting the $82,000 from the from the police department's proposed budget amendment. So I'm making a motion to reconsider.
So then it passes. We can move on now.
I'll second reconsideration.
You're muted, Mr. Mayor.
So there's a motion to reconsider. We need to have.
What are we reconsidering?
Well, he wants to.
So you're reconsidering. I believe you're reconsidering my motion to adopt and adopt this mid-year budget with removing of the $82,000 and encourage the city manager to.
All that wasn't controversial. It was just the $82,000 so that the police can recruit people with my skin color and people from where I am. But we'll cut that out. Let's cut that out. So that's my reconsideration. Can we take that vote?
Okay, so we're reconsidering. That's all we're doing right now is reconsidering. Then we'll have discussion. There's a second to support reconsideration, and then we'll open it back up. Is there a second to reconsider? I think there was.
I seconded the reconsideration.
All right, so we'll reopen back up here. Reconsideration. Ms. City Clerk, call a roll on reconsideration to revote.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
No.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. 6 to
Okay, the
10.
motion passes to now reconsider the item here. And what's the motion and pleasure of this council?
I move that we receive and adopt the mid-year budget, removal of the $82,000 from the police department, and encourage our city manager to hire within and with some diversity.
Second.
Okay, Ms. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez,
I'm trying to do the math in my head. If I
Oh, my
abstain, does
goodness.
this pass or not? I'll abstain.
It's gonna,
It doesn't pass? All right, in that case, I'll vote yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
No.
Councilmember Figueroa,
No.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin, Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
aye.
Motion passes 5 to 2. Councilmember Figueroa and Mayor Pro Tem voting in opposition.
Okay, thank you very much. This is item number 10, the design services for Nicholson Neighborhood Park improvements. And we'll turn it over to Mr. City Manager.
Sorry, I was still recovering. Okay, so this is, design services agreement for improvements to Nicholson Community Park, Neighborhood Park. Going to hear from Chris Jensen on this subject. So Chris, please proceed.
Thanks, Rob. The item before you is request to award a professional services agreement for the design of improvements at the Nicholson Neighborhood Park. The park property includes a community center building as well as open space areas and a number of park amenities, ball fields, concession stands, play areas. The community center at this park has been closed for programming for several years because of financial challenges that the city has gone through. And unfortunately, the absence of regular programming at the park has really made it a target for vandalism. And that vandalism has rendered our electric and irrigation systems inoperable, which then has kind of further contributed to the deterioration of the condition of the park itself. In June of 2020, the mayor and city council approved $1.15 million in project funding through the adoption of the fiscal year 2021 capital improvement plan to do renovations to the park area. And $1 million of those budgets were actually established through our community development block grant funds, with the remainder coming from the Meadowbrook Bridge Insurance Claim Funds. So through the capital improvement plan project, the project focused on improving the park open spaces and the recreational fields so that the city could return to programming at the park. Design services are obviously needed so that we can prepare plans to be used in the construction bidding process to have those improvements done. Our engineering staff, Alex and his team, have completed a competitive solicitation for design services. They received 5 proposals, evaluated those proposals, and are now recommending that a professional services agreement in the amount of $215,295 be awarded to RHA Landscape Architects of Riverside for that design work. If this item is approved tonight, design would start here in a couple weeks, beginning of April, and we would anticipate that design to be completed in August. I know there's a lot more details about the project. They were included in the staff report. Public Works worked very closely with the Parks and Recreation Department on this project, and so myself, Alex, and Jim Tickmeyer are available for any questions that council might have on this.
Thank you, Ms. Jensen. We appreciate it. Is there a motion for approval?
Move to approve.
That's how we make it, folks. Is there a second?
Second.
Hallelujah. All right. We're on a second. We're good. Discussion? If not, we can call. We're winning, folks. We're winning. Let's call for the vote. Ms. Rocha, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Wow. Okay. I wish we could do more of that, folks. Item number 11. This is a third amendment to lease agreement with Veneer Tower Building. The resolution is there before you, folks. And Mr. City Manager.
Okay, this actually is again, this falls within Chris Jensen's bailiwick. So Chris, if you please present the staff report.
Sure. So as you recall, and as we talked about a little bit earlier in this meeting, the item before you is the consideration of moving back up to a portion of the 8th floor in Vanner Tower to support potentially the move of the Human Resources Department and to kind of establish some additional space for us again down on the 3rd floor that could potentially better provide what we need for additional staffing, whether that would be for finance or the city manager's office or electeds, volunteers down on the 3rd floor. When we moved out of the 8th floor back in August of 2020, we consolidated everybody onto the 3rd floor, made space pretty tight. We had COVID that we're still dealing with, and so between kind of the confidentiality pieces for the HR function that we've talked about already, the potential needs of additional staff, and then also continuing to meet the social distancing requirements. As was shared earlier, the Suite 803 on the 8th floor is move-in ready. We do already have all of our connectivity that still exists there for all of the city IT pieces. And so we took a look at that. We talked to the Vanner Tower Building Inc. representative and actually negotiated a lower per square foot cost. We're currently paying $195 per square foot per month. It's $1.95, not $195. And it has now been reduced. With the addition of the Suite 803, that would be reduced to $1.88 per square foot per month. The mid-year budget report that you considered actually had the funding established. Should the council choose to approve this third amendment to the agreement, initially we believe it'll we were looking initially to start this March 1st, but based on the fact that there was some more conversation to have about it, at this point, what we are asking for is that the council that move and then authorize the city manager to execute the lease agreement at the time that makes sense or when we're ready. So I don't know if there's questions.
Thank you. Well, first, is there a motion? Maybe we'll no motions. All right, council members, Charette.
Yeah, well, I'm going to move the item, but with the caveat that, and with the risk of opening a can of worms, that the city manager negotiate this agreement, but that he also be sure, because I said it earlier, we are now showing some increased revenue. We've been cutting for the last 12 years. We are now in a position where I'm not saying let's give everybody an office with a window and a corner and a car and all that. I want to be not frugal. I want to be reasonable. And I just want to make sure that while we're doing this, and indeed we did move out in order to save some money, which was probably prudent at the time. But our staff and our people are very important, and we should be sure that they have the tools they need to get the job done. If that means a little added space and not being so cramped or whatever, then I'm in support of that, as long as it's not just outrageous, and as long as I'm going to be a little facetious, it's not all corner offices. But what I said earlier, I meant that because we make a decision and later find out that it really didn't work exactly the way we wanted it, or that we're in a different position now or a different condition, that doesn't mean that we can't change our minds and undo something that we did to be prudent then that maybe isn't so critical now. So I guess I would only say that I moved this with the caveat that if in doing this, the city manager really take a good look at all the office space that we're talking about and the departments we're talking about, and make sure that he's got everything that he needs or that he thinks is best for efficient governing of this city. That'd be the appropriate departments working side by side, the appropriate departments working together side by side if they can. We originally moved up to the 8th floor from City Hall, actually, when we moved out of there. When we moved out of there, and for so many years, the council had been on I guess it was called the mezzanine floor, the council floor, and the mayor and city attorney were up on the top floor. And that was done for whatever reasons at the time. We had a strong mayor. We've changed that form of government now, and we ought to have everybody that needs to be working together in close proximity. And when we moved there, we brought the mayor of the council, who were supposedly working together all on the same floor. And that made sense at the time. And so that's all I'm suggesting, is that we allow the city manager to really make an assessment of the space and office needs in order to provide the best efficiency for our governance.
Okay, great. So you're moving a motion to...
I'm approving that with the caveat that if he determines during this period of time that he needs more, to bring that back to us and ask for it.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Kelvin?
We talk about prudence. So that would mean that we've also taken into consideration the amount of money that we spend by renting at the Veneer Tower. And we do this every year, $500,000 to the tune of $500,000 a year, with no plan of moving back into City Hall or another building, another City Hall, creating City Hall. No plan. So let's talk about prudence.
Your point is very well taken, and I agree.
4 years. We've been in the building 4 years.
And I agree with that. And
no plan.
And I understand that, and I support you on that idea. But we are looking at over $30 million to retrofit that. So, but you're not suggesting that, I know. But you're suggesting let's at least come up with a plan on how we're going to get back into our own building or sell the current building or whatever. So I agree with that. That's probably another discussion for a later day. But you're talking about being fiscally prudent, and I agree with you.
To well, then we may need to include in this lease that by the time this lease is supposed to be over in 2024, that there is a plan on the table, either to have the city hall retrofitted or for us to have a new building. Something in the plan, in the making, something or other. But just to continue to lease at $500,000 a year, that's not prudence to me.
And I agree with that, but I would want the input from the city manager on.
Mr. City Manager, can you provide some feedback?
Well, just very briefly, we have a workshop scheduled for March 31st on that exact topic. So we intend to bring that to the city council then for a discussion.
Great.
Okay, Mr. Councilman Sanchez.
No, I'll retract my.
All right, we got a motion in a second. Councilmember Figueroa, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Is this the sole purpose of expanding to the 8th floor is solely for human resource use, or are there any plans to use this for any other department? Because I truly do feel that it is inappropriate for employees to have to walk past the city manager's office, past the mayor's office to get to human resources. And plus there are other concerns as well as far as privacy issues as well. But is the sole purpose for this expansion just for human resources?
Yes, unless the council at some point directs otherwise. Yes, that's exactly what the plan is. It's in the staff report.
Because I'm not comfortable supporting this unless it's stated in the resolution that the purpose for the use of the 8th floor is for human resources and not for the mayor or city council.
What would be your problem with it being for city council? Or what would be your problem with city council having offices? I remember you mentioning that before. What is your issue with that? Councilman Figueroa.
You're muted, Mayor. You're muted, Mayor.
We had the city manager just answered Mr. Figueroa's question regarding this is for HR move on the 8th floor. It's provided there in the backup, and there's a motion. There's a second. Are we ready to take a vote?
I'll call for the question.
I have one more comment.
Go ahead.
Ms. Jensen, the first time we were discussing this last year, I believe you were also directed by City Council that we would look at other solutions, other buildings to relocate to avoid renewing lease with Veneer. It was around this time last year.
It was, and I think that we kind of had if I remember correctly, we had kind of a combination of direction that was given, and we had started to look at what space we had available, and it was minimal. We also, I think there was some conversation about potentially looking at combining it with some of the discussion about the redevelopment of downtown and even the Carousel Mall. I think there were a lot of discussions going on at the time. We have looked over the last couple of years for space that might be available, but there really wasn't anything that kept us here in downtown that was able to serve the square footage that we needed at the time. And that was not maybe more than what we're renting for now. So I think that there's been kind of a lot of change and a lot of direction given. I think that the workshop that the city manager has mentioned on the 31st, we really want to kind of dive in with the council to get some clear direction on where we want to put those efforts in the future.
I remember we had mentioned the library for council, so that we wouldn't have to renew any more leases with Veneer. That was one of the directions we had, but I just want to put it out there because I know the comment was made. We had this conversation. Just put it in the back of your head when we look at locations, because it is expensive to rent at Veneer when we have a city hall, we have the building 201, 215, the library that we could utilize during this time as well. Thank you.
Councilman Sanchez.
I wasn't going to bring this up, but I think it's important that we do it. Institutional knowledge here in the city of San Bernardino was really short because, council members, we're out in 4 years or, we're new, and then city staff, they come and go. But we've been working on this for the last 2 years. The idea that we don't have a plan, the staff worked countless hours on an assessment of the city hall building. They looked it over. They gave us 3 options. All of them just financially unfeasible. They're just not attainable. We're talking amounts of $30 million, and that's just for a temporary fix of the city hall building. We also looked at other buildings, and it just wasn't feasible. We've looked at the library. We've done all these things. We've looked, and this is the best option. Vanner Tower is our best option right now. That's why we're still here. If it wasn't, we would have been somewhere else already. We went over this a year ago, and so I get it. Other council members want to know, but I thought I'd fill you guys in. We've already broken our heads over this, and this Vanner Tower right now is the best option. Unless we have a developer who's going to come in and say, "Hey, I'm going to spend $80 million on the city hall building, get it all spick and span, ready for you guys to move in," it's not going to happen.
All right, council members, let's get voting here.
Mr. Mayor, sir.
Council member, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Sanchez, and I appreciate that history lesson. Have we delved into option of a private partnership with the 3 Ps? Have we looked into that as part of a plan to move back into City Hall as a plan?
We intend to present that as part of the discussion on the 31st. The short answer is yes, but we're fleshing it out so we have something to present in a meaningful fashion on the 31st.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's take a vote, folks. We're ready to vote here. Ms. City Clerk, my apologies. Let's please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra?
No.
Councilmember Figueroa?
No.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-2 with Councilmember Figueroa and Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra voting in opposition.
Okay, council members, we're in our consent calendar for tonight.
Approval.
Great. Let's do that. That's how it should work. Is there a second?
Second.
Yes. Do we have any polls?
Yes.
State them, sir.
Mayor, we need to continue item number 21.
All right, we'll pull that from the calendar.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Item 21's pulled now. All right, Mr. Reynoso, you have the floor on your polls. You could enumerate them for us, please.
16, 18, 19, 20, 28.
20 and what?
28.
Okay.
I also want to ask, City Attorney, when is the appropriate time to make a motion that we never have more than 20 items on these agendas? Would that be right now?
That would be, you can make that suggestion to the city manager, but you would really do that at the end of the agenda where you have new items to raise.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Alexander, sir, state them.
Yes. Can we pull 23 and 25?
All right. Any other polls? If not, there's a motion. Yes,
20.
Councilman Figueroa.
Item number 22, I'll be abstaining.
22 abstention noted, sir. Thank you. Any final polls? If not, we'll call the roll. Ms. City Clerk.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, Councilman, item 16. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so I'll keep it short. I know we're in the late hours here. I was reading over the conflict of interest code. I appreciate the broadness of incorporating the FPPC guidelines. I would just like to make a motion because it doesn't exist in there as worded. I'd like to make a motion that we amend the language to also include every department head within our city staff. Because it doesn't include that right now. It's only conflict of interest around mayor, council, planning commission, city manager, and city attorney.
I'll second that amendment.
Second.
Sonia, I believe that the department heads are included in filing with the conflict of interest code.
Oh, so too. Not written there like that.
Normally in our for the Form 700 Statement of Economic
Yeah.
Interest, our department heads would be included. Do you have the attachment? I'm looking at this now. The attachments, attachment number 3 should
All
have,
of the job classifications are listed.
excuse me?
All of the job classifications that this applies to, so it is even more than our executive staff, the directors. There are other positions that it applies to as well.
Yes, and that's in attachment number 2. If you look at attachment number 2, you will see all the names of every employee in the organization, not the names of the employee, but by title, everyone who is required to complete a Form 700.
I'd just like for it to be very explicit. When reading it, it was not read like that.
Okay. So what this is, the way that they have presented this is attachment C to your staff report. It actually says attachment 2. It says the conflict of interest code of the city of San Bernardino. And then that document itself is several pages long. And that is your conflicts code. I think it's about 11 pages. And it lists all of the positions from all the way to like your recreation therapist, your real property manager, all of the department heads and various employees.
So the real changes were what then with these amendments?
It was adding and deleting positions, and we included the red line version that showed the changes as well.
Right. I didn't read the specifics is why I brought it up, and that's why I'm asking for you to state it on the record why it doesn't read like that specifically, but does mention mayor, council, city manager, planning commissioner explicitly.
Those are the 87-200 filers, and so there's a different category for the mayor, city council, planning commission.
Okay.
And the other filers are listed in alphabetical order.
I don't know how this needs to move forward. Do we still?
Is there a motion for the floor motion?
I have a question.
Is there a motion for the floor? A floor motion?
Yes, I move it.
All right, move the floor motion. Is there a second?
I have a question, Mayor.
Hold on.
Well, it may be immaterial. Look, they're saying that it's there. Councilmember Reynoso wants to make sure that it's there. So if it isn't there, the motion would if Councilmember Charette would be amenable to an amendment that would include, if it's not there, add it. If it's there, good.
I like that.
Folks, the red line version has those updates.
I know. But
it's all
look,
there.
We need assurances. We need assurances.
Okay, if
Read
it's
your
there,
material. It's there.
come on.
I
come
know.
on.
I know.
It's there.
I know.
My motion stands. It's there. It's in there.
There's a second.
Yeah, second.
Great. Councilmember Ibarra, please go ahead with your question, ma'am.
Yes, just one quick question. How often is the list updated? I know last June we approved some new job titles. Are they also included in there?
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's call the roll. The city clerk.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Item number 18, sir, go ahead.
So this one is a question for Mr. Huntley specifically, I guess. Is I understand with COVID and everything, it put a lot of projects on pause, but a lot of these projects I imagine look like the ones that we're probably visiting soon, which probably have old entitlements already. And is that true, Mr. Huntley? Are there some projects that have been held up that have, let's say, environmental impact reports from over 15 years or so?
So just in regards to what the intent of this is, most of this deals with building plan checks and or permits that have been issued, but due to the pandemic, the building industry has been able to move on. Could be a residential addition to a house, it could be a commercial building and things like that, right? So, and then the other part of this is dealing with any entitlements that are delayed. And it's not necessarily, it could be a conditional use permit for a new development of a commercial center. Right. It could be a housing project. Some of the stuff is actually already covered by state. So I know that you brought up some concerns about the Subdivision Map Act and those other residential entitlements. A lot of that's already covered by the extensions that are provided by the MAP Act. These deal with just those standard projects that have gone through the process but have been delayed because of the pandemic.
So potentially, though, if this were to be denied, we could prevent something like an Oxbow cement pile. Potentially. Hypothetically speaking.
I know
you don't want to answer that like that.
Yeah, no, I mean, no, that's really not the intent of this. It's just that due to the delays of the industry. So, these are already entitled projects, and, due to delays of the industry, could be the lack of building materials because of shipments. It could be any number of things too. So, we've had a number, we could even do with a residential addition to a homeowner in the city who got their permits, but because the contractor, his guys are out ill or could deal with any number of issues too. So we're just trying to provide some fair and equitable treatment of those who've been impacted by the pandemic.
This is an opportunity for myself and other council members, I feel like, in making a motion to deny it, for us to work on the things that are already kind of slated, as opposed to the ones that were about to come through and maybe shouldn't have made it all the way through. I got to be honest in saying my faith in the development hasn't increased since coming into City Hall. And so I don't expect support, but I make a motion to deny this so that we can review the projects that are already here. I've got like 12 in my ward already, and I'm coming into them, and some of them have old land entitlements. And so I make a motion to deny.
Is there an alternate motion? The floor motion?
I'll make a substitute motion to approve. I think there's a misunderstanding what this is.
Councilman Sanchez.
There's not a misunderstanding, Ted, and or Councilman. And I honestly, to save time, let's keep going. I understand what it looks like in my ward and what the potential could be for allowing me to actually review what's in front of me, as opposed to like, oh, guess what? There's 10 more that we're waiting, and now they have 18 months to file, and I end up in a situation I don't want to be in, and my constituents don't deserve to be in. So we don't have to beat it over the head. We can go ahead with the vote.
Councilman Charette, there's a second, and Ms. City Clerk on the alternate motion by Sanchez and Charette to move the floor motion and staff recommendation. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette? Councilmember Charette?
Brad?
I think maybe his system froze.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I'm not muted, I don't think. I say yes.
There you go.
Something had happened.
Yeah, oh, it says my internet. Something to do with my internet. You're losing me, maybe.
Okay.
Let's get this meeting over.
It is 12 o'clock. I mean, we make good decisions after.
My internet connection or something's going sideways on me.
All right.
So, sorry.
Continue the roll.
Sorry.
Councilmember Reynoso?
No.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Nay.
Motion passes 5-2 with Councilmember Reynoso and Alexander voting in opposition.
Thank you. Item number 20, sir. You pulled it.
Yeah, I did. I spoke to Gretel and Mike earlier. This is about $1.6 million. This could be used to assist the homeless and things like that. And I just wanted to make it very specific. I'd like to make a motion to allocate out of the 1.6 million, at least 500,000 for rehabilitation services for homeless, case management, mental health resources specifically.
Second.
Who's going to do that?
There's tons of people across the city, councilman, that would be in the
So we'll be hiring consultants to do that.
Not necessarily.
We'll just pay for it. We'll take like Step Up on Second or something like that.
Yeah, sure. Right.
Pay them some money.
People who are doing the work, right. We would increase the resources they have accessible. Yeah.
If I may.
I don't think it's that simple.
Go ahead, Ms. Noble.
Please.
Hello. We are not allowed to allocate the dollars as the councilman has suggested. The grant specifically sets out the activities that can be accomplished with the dollars, and it also, we have the activities that we can do. So if we were to change that, the grant would not be available to us.
Okay, is there an alternate motion to move the staff recommendation?
One moment. Ms. Noble, my understanding earlier was that maybe it couldn't be that specific, but you made one of the activities very clear could be allocated to the assistance of homeless.
The amount of the activity that can be assisted to the homeless has already been determined by the grant. So yes, the activity can be carried out, but we cannot change the allocation as you have stated in your motion.
So it's approve or deny, is what you're saying?
Yes.
As is.
The amount that would go for homeless services nonetheless is $400,000.
Okay, cool. See, that's
Okay,
all.
great. Is there an alternate motion?
No, I'll make that the floor motion.
Fred, on a floor motion, is there a second?
I'll second.
Great. Call the vote.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Item number 23, Councilmember Alexander, emergency rental assistance. Sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. City Manager, what nonprofits are we going to utilize to do this this particular program? Are we using San Bernardino Catholic Charities? Who are we using?
Don't know yet. I think we're doing an RFP. This I'm going to throw back to Mike Huntley and to Gretel. They'll be running this program, but I believe that is actually, so we have not made a determination yet. I should note that there's a potential for, we had a very tight time frame for allocating these funds, but that may be getting extended. So that would be really helpful, because spending that kind of money that quickly is really, the timelines are just, and like a lot of the COVID related funding were just frankly too tight to make the drawdown deadlines. So hopefully that will happen. But in the meantime, let's hear from Mike and from Gretel.
And so for the benefit of the council, the item in front of you tonight is an action that council had directed us to do. If you remember, this item came in front of the council regarding a number of options that council would have associated with providing the assistance. We did provide 3 different options, some of which would have included state assistance or funding, along with the funding from the state treasury department. Council did opt to go with the third option, was just the $6.4 million in federal funds. As part of that motion by Councilman Reynoso, he did ask for a council committee to be established. So the item in front of you tonight is just to proceed with getting that committee established. As Rob has mentioned, there's a real short time frame to actually get these things done. So we brought back this council item tonight to establish the committee so we can move forward. I think Councilman Reynoso is supposed to be the chair. And then I believe Councilman Calvin, as well as Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra, were also going to be on that with us, along with 2 staff members. Most likely Gretel Noble and then myself would sit on that and work with council. But at the end of the day, this money's got to be moved forward. We're currently working on the draft RFP. That's for the most part done and almost ready to go out. That needs to go out as quickly as possible. And what the intent would be is this committee that's being set up would actually assist us in evaluating those proposals that come into the city. This committee would also help us oversee the program and report back to council. I think if I'm not mistaken, council asked for us to come back every third meeting with an update if that's correct. So this is just to establish the committee based on direction by council at the last council meeting.
With the emphasis on oversight and auditing.
Correct.
All right, making sure. I'm just making sure that it doesn't all go to one particular nonprofit and that it's spread out, so other people will get an opportunity to develop their skills and pass out this money. That's all. That's what other people to have an opportunity.
Sure.
Yeah, we got you, Councilman.
And if that's the case, then I move this be accepted.
I'll second.
Okay, call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Surratt,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
and Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Item number 25, Councilman Alexander. Sir, go ahead.
Thank you. Can we go to page packet 1054? And I don't know who's going to answer this, but it says medical supplies and it says 26,473. What does the city buy medical supplies for? City manager?
We're going to have to research that and get back to you. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Pretty far down there.
And then you go to page packet number 1067, because I read everything.
Unless does Sam, I see you're live here. Do you have any idea?
Not on the medical supplies specifically. We'll have to research that and circle back.
Okay, and then please get back to me. And page packet 1067, and it says City Hall building security January 39,264 and 38 cents. What are we protecting for $40,000? Is it a bunch of months combined? What are we doing there?
Yeah, I believe, I don't know if, Chris, you have any additional information, but I believe, yeah, that's the security for the parking structure as well as the City Hall buildings and the 201 building. I don't know, Chris, if there's anything else included in that.
That's correct. Councilmember Alexander, we actually have recently increased the security here in the parking structure because we have been having problems. So we have we've had vehicles being broken into, personal and city, middle of the day. We've also had kind of some strange characters hanging around. So we did increase our security presence here at the parking structure that serves both Banner and the 201 building. So
is that 1 month worth of security, or is that, like I said, a combination of the months?
I believe it is 1 month, but I will verify that and provide that to the city manager, and we can get that back out to you.
$40,000 for 1 month.
For 24-hour watch, yes.
24-hour watch.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for getting back to me. I appreciate it.
Okay.
I move to approve.
Second.
Call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Surratt,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
I have a point of order, Mr. Mayor. I had pulled number 19.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My apologies, Councilman.
Yeah, it wasn't really to discuss. I agree with the recommendations. Not trying to be controversial, but we all know. I think everybody has understanding that the CDBG current committee, it's not fully formed, Mr. Mayor. You need to appoint another council member.
Okay.
I don't know what ability I have to force you to do that, but that's your job.
I appreciate your recommendation. Item number 19, my apologies, Councilman. Thank you for that. Is there a motion for approval on this item?
Can I have a clarity from the city attorney? Is the CDBG committee allowed to function and make recommendations with the mayor as a voting member?
No. I'm not the city attorney, but no.
How would we go
Councilmember-
about defining that?
Councilmember Reynoso, if I may, there is an item for discussion to bring back a report addressing all of your council subcommittees, the composition, which committees you wish to have, and how they're structured. The CDBG committee is one of those. And then I'll allow the city attorney as well to speak to this.
Yeah, and the item is not about the appointing process of a chair. So let's get back on point, folks, and let's vote on this item at hand. 19 is items 1 and 2 as the recommendation. So let's get back on point.
Sure. It's a late night. I'll make
Is there a motion to approve the floor motion on item number 19?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Are the recommendations coming from the council, from the committee as it was formed originally, with the mayor as chair and Figueroa a member and Calvin a member? And as I understand it, Calvin did not participate in the meeting.
There's no recommendations from that meeting. These are recommendations from when it was legitimate.
Okay.
Nicole was on the board. There was three council members. So I'll make a motion to approve that.
Okay, good.
As long as
Okay, motion. What's your motion, Ben?
To approve as is, as long as
Okay,
it's
great.
Kramer.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin. Was that a yes, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much. Item number 28 is the exempt surplus land declaration, and it's Councilman Reynoso.
Did someone else call an item before that?
No, you're recognized, sir. Go ahead.
It's the same argument I had last time. Use it as an
Okay, you want to
educational-
state your objection?
Can I finish my speech, man?
Go ahead.
All right, buddy. Number 28 with the surplus land. I want to know why it was and why there's a pattern developing, but you can speak specifically to this one. The CEQA exemptions. The Surplus Land Act allows for us to basically avoid any kind of environmental regulation if the land is approved. If we were to approve it, it doesn't have to abide by environmental regulations. Chris, I see you shaking your head. Please explain.
No, absolutely. So and yes, and I apologize for the confusion last round. The CEQA exemption that is in this report is only related to the action of us declaring the land surplus. When a project or activities take place on that land, there's a whole process of that project has to get vetted through based on what it's doing to determine whether or not the project itself, the construction, is CEQA exempt. So kind of two different pieces. In terms of what we're asking the council to do tonight to declare this surplus, the CEQA exemption is really tied to the declaration.
Right.
It's not stating that any project that happens on that land would not require CEQA. That's not it at all.
My understanding of the Surplus Land Act is if we do declare it surplus land, it does not have to abide by CEQA. Maybe the project itself specifically, but a lot of the regulations would not be. And I honestly don't even believe that we would have to abide by anything. That's my understanding of the Surplus Land Act.
Correct.
City Attorney, if you want to clarify, is that true? Once declaring surplus land, it does not have to abide by CEQA.
No, that's absolutely not true. The California Environmental Quality Act requires the public agency to comply with CEQA whenever they're taking a discretionary action. So even if you were to declare certain properties exempt from the act itself or exempt from surplus land, if there's any future discretionary decision, whether that's a conditional use permit, a variance, any type of development approval that's discretionary, that application would be subject to CEQA.
But for right now, the vacating of the street, we are declaring potentially that it does not have to abide by environmental regulations to do that.
No, you're declaring all you're doing tonight is declaring that this particular property is exempt from the surplus land definition. Though that may lead to subsequent decisions. That may lead to taking an action to then say, we're going to vacate that piece of property. That may lead to having a development proposal for the property. All of those subsequent actions would require you to look at CEQA. And then you'd have to determine, again, does an exemption apply? Do we have to do mitigated negative debt? In a rare situation, does an EIR apply?
So what does exempt surplus land mean?
Okay. The legislation that took effect and is in your discussions here says that before the local agency takes any action to dispose of this land that you don't declare any longer necessary, it has to be declared either surplus land or exempt surplus land. And staff could tell you why they believe that this property qualifies as exempt surplus land.
That's what I need to hear right now.
Government code section. Because the council must make these findings that they're presenting to you this evening.
So please, Chris, explain why exempt surplus land.
Sure. I'm actually, I'm going to ask Mr. Alex Kishta to chime in here for us. Hopefully I don't have him. There he is.
Good evening, council members. What we declare here, okay, so there is a project that is going into this certain property, and what we find out that is back in 1980, 1975, the city had purchased this small piece of land for road purposes in the future for about $1,500. That is what we paid for it. Now, when this project came in and this street is no longer going to be, extended or is going to be built, so we declared that a surplus. And we actually, it is not surplus that is we giving it or we vacating it. In a matter of fact, we are selling it back to the developer where he's going to build on his buildings.
Why exempt? You're missing the word exempt.
Exempt because I believe that is the lawyer, the attorney's definition of that. When they were looking at it, when we were preparing the place is exempt because I believe that there is an exemption in the land surplus or okay. So it says that new legislation which took effect on January 1st, 2020, so that is fairly about a year, requires that before a local agent takes the action to dispose any land no longer necessary for the agency use, the land must be declared either surplus land or exempt surplus land. So as supported by written findings, since the property qualifies for exempt surplus land per government code, and they have the code 54221F1E. Written finding must be made by the council. So that's why we're here, is we asking the council to consider, because if it's not an exempt, and we got a surplus land, so that is have to be put for an auction. But you have a development that is all around that small piece of property, as they propose to do their work. So it's within their community. So the owners own all the properties around that piece of land. So that's why it's exempt.
So let me see if I can help clarify. So
Yeah, because
under the new legislation, when the government owns a piece of land, whether it's just an old street, or maybe it's an old park site, or maybe it's an old city hall, this new legislation basically is telling all public agencies, before you can dispose of that land, you're going to have to go through the Surplus Land Act process. You have to give notice. You got to let all sorts of people know the land is available for sale. And then you have this process where you select the entity or the person that you want to make this land available to. But this statute exempts certain property. It says, if you have extra property, we're going to say that we're going to call these kind of properties exempt surplus land. And they define it in the statute. So the section that staff read to you is they basically say here, surplus land is defined, exempt surplus land means, and it's subsection E, surplus land that is a former street, right-of-way, or easement and is conveyed to an owner of an adjacent property. So in that situation where the city has a piece of land that is a street, a right-of-way, and easement, and the city wants to sell it to someone who's adjacent, then it's exempt from the Surplus Land Act. And you do not have to then go put it out to bid. You do not have to make it available for affordable housing. And that's the simplicity of it. That's all. So it's just saying, under this statute, you're exempt. And if you're exempt under this statute, you're exempt from CEQA. However, if you're going to go use that property, then you have to move forward.
There it is. And it's basically what I said. And I appreciate you all kind of like running around it. But the reality is that it can avoid CEQA if we declare it.
No. The declaration and conformity to the statute, because you're saying that decision is exempt, but it doesn't exempt the property from CEQA.
Well, I'm not comfortable with that exemption, I guess, is what I'm saying here, folks. And so I don't expect support on this, but I'll do just like last time. Let the city manager know every time I see surplus land. I learned about this as an organizer with environmental justice. This shit is atrocious, excuse my language. It allows for some very questionable things to happen. And so I make a motion to deny. And I'll die on my little stump.
Okay, crickets, council members.
Move the motion, the floor motion.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second with a comment. I appreciate you, Councilmember Reynoso. I think we all just got a little smarter because there were things that were brought up here that I didn't know about, but now I do, and we're all actually better for it. So I appreciate that. But I will second the Councilmember Charrette's.
Okay. Thank you. We are almost towards the end, folks. On the conclusion of this vote, I'll be exiting and handing it over to the Mayor Pro Tem. At this time, Ms. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
No.
Councilmember Calvin,
No.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-2 with Councilmember Reynoso and Calvin voting in opposition.
Through the chair, I have a point of clarification.
Okay, with that said, I'm presiding in the meeting. Items to be considered for future meetings.
Through the chair, I have a point of clarification, please.
I'm sorry? Are you asking about the mayor? He left.
Yeah, I know, but I still have I pulled an item.
It was 25, right?
You pulled item 22 and you.
Correct. And I just want to ensure through the city clerk that my
abstained.
abstention has been recorded.
Yes, it has.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Okay, well, we'll continue on to items to be considered for future meetings. We have the establishment of an ad hoc and standing council subcommittees. We have a staff report.
There is no staff report. We're asking for you to give us confirmed direction. There was the request that this be considered at a future meeting that was brought up again by Councilmember Reynoso. We will be prepared to bring back a staff report if that's the direction of the council at the next meeting or a meeting of your determination. But we will have a staff report prepared to present with concurrence of the majority of the council.
Does our city staff need a time frame, like a minimum time to prepare this for us, or should we just select like next meeting?
We can be ready to present something at the next meeting, assuming that is the desire of the majority of the council.
Okay, council, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
How about just consensus? Any objection?
For the next meeting? No objections, anybody? If not, then Ms. City Clerk, we'll mark it as approved by council to bring back before us at the next council meeting, the March 17 meeting.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion in an attempt to alleviate some stress in the future that we never exceed more than 20 items on any agenda.
We can put that under Mr. City Manager.
I'm sorry to have to disagree, but
yeah,
in certain circumstances that could put us in a real bind. Frequently, we've faced statutory requirements to take action on certain issues. We'll do everything we can to limit the number of staff reports per meeting, but we've been averaging, I think, over 20 for quite a while now, and it's just occasionally we have less, but it's difficult. A lot of our actions are dependent on the council taking action. So, our request would be, we will agree to try to limit the staff reports and consent items to the greatest possible extent. But putting a limit on it could put the city as a whole in a bind. So.
All right, well, do your best, man. Do your best. This is for everybody.
No, we appreciate it. We're tired too. It's 12:30. We understand. Believe me, we're completely sympathetic. Absolutely.
Okay, and we're almost done there then. Do we have any reports from any of our colleagues on the dais that may have attended any conferences or meetings to report out? I can't see anybody. Just yell at me. Nobody? Nobody's gone to a conference? Okay, with that, we are going, I don't have a gavel, but we will adjourn our meeting for the next joint regular meeting of the Mayor and City Council, and the Mayor and City Council acting as the successor agency of the Redevelopment Agency, to be held on Wednesday, March 17, 2021 via teleconference. Closed session will begin at 5:30 p.m. and open session will begin at 7 p.m. Oh, Councilmember.
I'm sorry. I when you're saying the next meeting teleconferencing, it made me think. Do we have any idea when we're going to go back to in-person meeting? I mean, and I don't want to open up a can of worms, but people are wondering and asking, and it's just something that maybe we should throw out there and be thinking about. Are we following county rules, Governor? That crazy man up there.
Great question.
I'll direct that to our city manager.
Yeah, and if you can't answer it now, I think it's something we should be thinking about.
Well, I'll say this, man. We get those same comments as well, and we're monitoring as closely as we can. The county of San Bernardino looks like it's going to move back into the red tier the next maybe 3 weeks. So we're I think, candidly, we think we're bound to comply with what our state's guidance is on this stuff. So, but we're watching it closely, and as soon as we can go back to in-person, there's a lot of things we need to do when on an in-person basis. It would be nice for us to be able to convene for some training and some other stuff as a body, this group. So there's a lot of things we want to accomplish, and we are monitoring it closely.
And,
who's governing?
And is it? I'm sorry. Are we following state and or county, and county's following state, and the stuff goes downhill?
Yes, it starts at the state level. The state establishes the tiers. The county is informed what tier they're in. So we will comply with whatever the whatever the guidance is.
Are we obligated to comply with them?
I think so. We're a
Okay.
government body. I mean, I don't think that we're in a good position to defy the direction of the state.
Okay. Understand. Thank you for your indulgence. I'm sorry to bring that up late.
Sorry, Councilmember Charette. Yeah, I'm limited to how many I can see here on the screen. So I don't know if anybody else has any comments before we adjourn the meeting. If not, then we will adjourn the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, everyone.